In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage, of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Million thanks for joining us on the business desk on Aneke TV. we'll bring to you a sharp look at the numbers that matter, from the shock collapse of global crude oil prices to the high-stakes treasury bill auction worth 700 billion naira today. The landscape for the Nigerian investor has shifted overnight. I'm Uche Osai, and this is the Aneke TV Business Desk. We are tracking your money. Let's get down to business. Yes, we are tracking your money. And then starting from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, we'll look at a Nigerian Stock Exchange that closed on a positive note yesterday, Tuesday, April 7, 2026, which is driven by a rebound in major tickers and sustained investor interest in the banking sector. The all-share index ASI gained 324.21 points, an increase of 0.16%, closing at 202,023.10 points. Market capitalization ended the day at approximately 130.02 trillion naira. Yes, and then let's quickly take a look at the top 5 gainers, where we'll tell you that Transnationwide yesterday closed trading at 3 naira 12 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.86%. They are followed by Omatech Ventures. Omatech yesterday closed bullish on a 9.76 positive adjustment, closing trading at 2 naira 25 kobo. We are seeing Cabri Nigeria closing yesterday's trading at 75 naira 25 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.53% positive adjustment. And then First Holding equally closed bullish on a positive 9.10% positive adjustment at closing their book at 54 naira 55 kobo. And then FTN Coca Processors equally closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 31 kobo, equally making a positive adjustment of 6.50%. Now, looking at the top losers for yesterday, Ella Lex led the pack by closing his book at 10 naira 80 kobo, making a negative bearish adjustment of 10%. And we are seeing that communication equally bearish, making a negative adjustment of 9.95% to close at 1 naira 72 kobo. Champs Holding Company equally in the negative, closed at 3 naira 38 kobo, making a dip of 9.87% adjustment. John Holt equally closed bearish at a 9.71% negative adjustment to close at 13 naira 95 kobo. They are followed by UPDC, which closed trading yesterday at 4 naira 20 kobo, making a bearish negative adjustment of 9.68%. And then 133 equities were traded, resulting in 23 gainers and 38 losers. Zenith Bank remained a point of interest following the announcement of 359 billion final dividend payout for the 2025 financial year, though it closed most recent active trading section at 103 naira. And then we're looking at Airtel Africa, which saw a significant rebound recently, providing a 10% rally that helped stabilize the broader index after earlier volatility in the quarter. Yes, and then quickly, let's take a look at Naira performance, where I will tell you that the Naira showed a slight depreciation across both the official and the street market yesterday, being Tuesday, April 7, 2026, as demand for foreign exchange remained elevated. And then at the official market, at the Nigeria Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, the Naira closed at 1,382 Naira 4 kobo against the US dollar, which represents a marginal decline from the previous section close of 1,378 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, which reflects a change of a 0.26% loss. But during tradings, during the intraday, we saw that Naira, traded as high as 1,420 Naira against the dollar, and later, traded on the lowest for yesterday was at 1,345 Naira against the dollar. That's through the intraday. And then the transaction volume recorded a steady 185.6 million US dollars in turnover. And then we're looking at the black market, or the street market, or officially called the parallel market, where the informal market saw slightly wider spread as seasonal demand for imports began to pick up. The US dollar traded between 1,405 Naira, that's buying, and then selling at 1,415 Naira. The British pound Yes, the British pound as yesterday traded at approximately 1,780 naira if you're buying, and then selling at 1,805 naira. And the euro maintained a range of 1,515 naira, buying, and then for selling it stood at 1,530 naira. And then let's quickly take a look at the key market drivers here, where I will tell you that speaking to liquidity now, the central bank's recent intervention, selling 20,000 US dollars to each eligible British change at 1,350 naira against the US dollar, continue to act as a buffer against drastic depreciation. And then looking at inflationary pressure, we will tell you that speculative activities remain low compared to last quarter, but global strengthening of the US dollar index has put pressure on most emerging markets. Yes, emerging currencies. Yes, and then let's quickly take a dive at Brent crude performance for yesterday, where I will tell you that the Brent crude experienced a dramatic 14.4% plunge yesterday, Tuesday, April 7, 2026, dropping to $93.48 per barrel. This sharp decline was triggered by a last-minute geopolitical breakthrough, where ceasefire agreements, were reached. President Trump head off on threatening the military strike against Iran, yes, just before a key deadline. And then, speaking to the Strait of Hormuz, which has been a key factor throughout this crisis, Iran agreed to a provisional 2 weeks ceasefire and pledged to reopen the Strait of Hormuz under its own management. And then, looking at the market impact, we will tell that the escalation immediately erased the high risk premium that had previously pushed prices towards $110, triggering a massive sell-off in energy futures. And then let's quickly go to the Nigerian commodity market performance yesterday, where we'll tell you that the Nigerian commodities market on Tuesday, April 7, 2026, saw a mixture of significant price surge and stable holds across key agricultural and export products. Speaking to agricultural spot prices, where we'll tell you that activities was concentrated in the grain and export sector, with several commodities seeing notable upward movement. And then let's take a look at cocoa, which led the market with a dramatic 66.67% surge, bringing the price to 5,000 naira per unit. The spike reflects ongoing global supply constraints and high export demand. And then looking at grains, as it's talking about maize and paddy rice, where I will tell you that maize, yes, the white one, price rose between 3.85% and 6.56%, depending on the region. Speaking to Kano, Kaduna being high activity hubs, to close around 242 naira to 258 naira. Yes, and then paddy rice increased by 2.71% to 4.04%, with prices reaching 493 naira in some regions. Let's take a look at oil seeds, starting with soybeans, which showed strong performance, gaining up to 12.62%, as in Kaduna, to settle at 623 naira. And sesame, equally, we're talking to prices in Kano now, we jumped to about 13.53%, to 1,150 naira, while remaining flat in other regions like Nasarawa. And then we are looking at sorghum, which remained relatively stable with changes across major trading points, maintaining prices around 261 naira to 266 naira. Yes, and then we'll quickly take a look at market sentiment, where we'll tell you that export pressure, the massive jump in cocoa and sesame prices, suggests a strong focus on cash crops that benefit from international currency movement. And then speaking to energy impact, where I will tell you that Brent crude dipped slightly, providing a relative stable backdrop for local transportation costs compared to the volatility seen in previous weeks. Let's quickly take a deep dive to the international market, looking at the performance yesterday, April 7, 2026. We'll tell you that the market closed with a sigh of relief rally following the late-breaking US-Iran ceasefire. Yes, and then looking at the equities, we will tell you that equities were mutable, resilient. Major indices swung from midday losses to marginal gains as geopolitical anxiety eased. S&P 500 edged up about 0.08% to close at 6,616.85 points. Nasdaq Composite added a 0.10% to close at 22,017.86 points, supported by a surge in Broadcom, which gained about a positive 6.1%. And then Dow Jones slipped 0.18% to 46,584.46 points, weighed down by Apple, which was a decline of 2.1% amid affordable iPhone delay rumors. And then quickly looking at Europe and Asia, we say that European markets were largely closed for the Easter holiday, while the Asian markets were mixed, with South Korea's KOSPI making a positive adjustment of a plus 0.8%. Yes. Now, the major market driver here, we are looking at the safe haven reversal. Yes, the US dollar and the treasury yields softened as investors rotated out of defensive war risk assets and back into equities following the de-escalation news. Yes, and then let's quickly run and give you a market forecast for today. I will tell you, looking at equities, our speculation is that equities will be bullish today. So anticipate a relief rally. That's the 14% crash in Brent crude, lowers imported inflation fears, favoring consumer goods and manufacturing stocks. Yes, and then on fixed income, we are looking at these high stakes here. Your eyes should be on today's 700 billion naira treasury bill auction by the CBN. Expect competitive bidding, locking rates if the remain elevated to hedge against inflation. And then looking at FS, yes, speaking to FS, we're expecting a volatile market here. The naira remains under pressure near 1,400 against the US dollar. So expect thin liquidity today as the market digests the global shift in energy prices. And then on commodities, our speculation or our market forecast is that of mixed optimism here, where I will tell you that domestic food prices remain high despite a global oil dip. So in all, you should focus on cocoa and soya beans, as high demand for exports, would declare the hedges you need. And then our advice for the market today, we're telling you that what you do today is to buy the dip in the banking sector. You listen carefully. You buy the dip in the banking sector. Yes, that's the way to go today. Stay liquid in fixed income, and then with that, you've taken a very veritable position by buying the dip in the banking sector. Then stay liquid on fixed income, and that's the way to go as we watch the rumors from the Middle East crisis. Let's see how things begin to navigate. If the price of Brent crude continues to come down, you'll see a lot of people moving away from the energy sector and taking position from the banking sector, the dip in the banking sector, and why they remain liquid, for every other eventualities. So that's where we'll draw the curtains today on the business text. Yes, and we're telling you to stay informed, stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the numbers by keep watching the business desk on Aneke TV. I'm Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors suspends nationwide strike. Enugu Governor commends Department of State Services over arrest of high-risk criminal suspects in Enugu State. On the foreign scene, United States and Iran agreed to conditional 2-week ceasefire. On business, Nigeria Labour Congress and civil society organizations criticize federal government over rising debt and economic policies. Now the news in details. Patients and healthcare workers across Nigeria have expressed relief following the suspension of a planned nationwide strike by the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAV. The decision averted disruptions in medical services across several tertiary health institutions, where concerns had mounted over the potential impact on patients' care. At the Jos University Teaching Hospital and Plateau State Specialist Hospital, both staff and patients welcomed the development, noting that it preserved access to essential medical services. Similarly, operations at Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital remained largely uninterrupted before the strike was officially called off. At the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, clinical services continued with minimal disruption, although outpatient services experienced brief delays as uncertainty lingered. The situation has since stabilized following the announcement by the association. NAD had earlier scheduled an indefinite strike over delayed salaries, unpaid allowances, and welfare concerns. In a joint statement signed by its president, Dr. Muhammad Suleiman, Secretary General Dr. Shuaibu Ibrahim and Publicity Secretary Dr. Abdulmajid Ibrahim, the association confirmed that the suspension followed extensive deliberations by its National Executive Council. Still on health matters, Governor Mai Malabuni of Yobe State has approved the automatic employment of 416 graduates of Shehu Sule College of Nursing Sciences. The announcement was made during the institution's graduation ceremony in Damaturu as part of efforts to strengthen the state's healthcare workforce. The beneficiaries included community nurses, basic nurses, midwives, and higher national diploma holders. The initiative is aimed at addressing manpower shortages and improving healthcare delivery across medical facilities in the state. This recruitment brings the total number of healthcare personnel employed under the current administration to over 3,500. In the meantime, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has partnered with the Kano State Primary Healthcare Management Board to address maternal and child health challenges in the state. The collaboration targets 18 local government areas and over 200 wards. The initiative seeks to reduce the high under-5 mortality rate in Kano State, currently estimated at 158 deaths per 1,000 live births. Health officials also note that only 50% of pregnant women have access to skilled care, while 36% of deliveries are attended by qualified personnel. To address these gaps, the partnership is implementing the Maternal, Neonatal and Child Mortality Reduction Innovation Program alongside a community-based health workforce scheme. These interventions are designed to expand access to quality healthcare at the grassroots level. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has urged Nigerian youths to remain hopeful and harness opportunities within the country rather than seeking success abroad. He gave this advice at the Joshua Generation International Youth Conference 2026 ongoing at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu. Speaking on the theme, Rooted in Christ, the governor emphasized the need for young people to align ambition with purpose, integrity and service. He noted that sustainable success is measured not only by achievements, but by contributions to society. In his remarks, the primate of the Church of Nigeria, Anglican Communion, Most Reverend Henry Ndokoba, described the Joshua Generation Initiative as a strategic platform for youth empowerment. The event featured the presentation of an award to Governor Mbah in recognition of his leadership. Still in Enugu State, Governor Petermbah has commended the Department of State Services, DSS, for arresting suspected kidnappers and gun runners operating within the state. The governor gave the commendation during a visit to agency's headquarters in Enugu. The suspects, identified as Kelvin Azodo, David Chukwononso, and Arinze Carlo, are alleged to have been involved in multiple attacks on security operatives and kidnapping incidents. Governor Mbah praised the DSS for its professionalism and contribution to maintaining security, particularly during the Easter period. He reiterated that ensuring the safety of lives and property remains a primary responsibility of government. He further assured residents of his administration's commitment to sustaining collaboration with security agencies. The governor expressed confidence that ongoing efforts would enhance peace and position Enugu as a secure destination for investment and tourism. Ogun State government has commenced an investigation into a suspected chemical leak at Our Lady of Apostle Primary School in Ejabode. The incident reportedly affected over 30 students and 2 teachers, prompting an emergency response. The Commissioner for Environment in the state, Mr. Ola Oresanya, alongside the General Manager of the Ogun State Environmental Protection Agency, Mr. Kehinde Bello, conducted an on-site assessment. The incident occurred during a morning assembly when a pungent odor caused discomfort and collapse among occupants. Governor Dapo Abiodun has ordered the immediate disclosure of the school pending the outcome of a full investigation. Environmental experts are also assessing surrounding areas to determine the extent of possible contamination. Affected individuals are receiving treatment while authorities continue to monitor air quality. At least 3 persons have been confirmed dead following an attack by armed assailants in Bagna community, Shiroro local government area of Niger State. Eyewitness accounts indicate that a large group of gunmen on motorcycles invaded the community, setting houses ablaze and forcing residents to flee. The attackers reportedly fired sporadically, creating panic in the area. A joint security team comprising police and local vigilantes engaged the attackers, eventually repelling them. However, 2 vigilante members and a driver attached to the security team lost their lives during the operation. The Niger State Police Command has confirmed that the area is under surveillance, with efforts ongoing to apprehend the perpetrators. Authorities have urged residents to remain vigilant as normalcy gradually returns. Kaduna State government has launched an investigation into an explosion involving a liquefied natural gas-powered bus at Mando Motor Park. The incident caused concern among residents. Commissioner for Information, Mr. Ahmed Mayaki, stated that preliminary findings indicate a technical fault rather than a security-related incident. He confirmed that no casualties or major damage were recorded. The transport company involved, Silver Luxury Travel, has disputed claims that the gas tank was overfilled. The firm has called for a thorough investigation and has not ruled out the possibility of external interference. Governor Basani has directed relevant agencies to conduct a comprehensive probe. The outcome is expected to guide safety regulations for the growing use of alternative fuel vehicles in the transport sector. The federal government has commenced the trial of 500 terrorism suspects arrested in connection with attacks across parts of the country. The proceedings are currently taking place at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, confirmed that 227 suspects were arraigned before 10 judges. The trials were relocated from Kainji to Abuja due to court vacation schedules. The suspects are accused of involvement in violent attacks as well as providing logistical and financial support to criminal networks. prosecution is being led by the Federal Ministry of Justice, while the Legal Aid Council is representing the defendants. To ensure transparency, representatives of international and local organizations, including Amnesty International and the Nigerian Bar Association, are observing the proceedings. Security has been tightened across and around the court premises. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, is experiencing internal leadership disputes following the emergence of a third faction within the party. The development has intensified ongoing tensions among competing groups. The faction led by Mr. Don Norman Obinna has rejected the leadership of the Senator David Mark-led group and distanced itself from another camp headed by Mr. Nafiu Bala. The group claims legitimacy ahead of the party's next convention. This follows the withdrawal of recognition of the David Mark faction by the Independent National Electoral Commission based on a court directive to maintain the status quo. The decision has further complicated the party's leadership structure. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Resident doctors suspend nationwide strike as healthcare services resume across the country. Governor petermbah commends the Department of State Services over arrest of suspected high-profile criminals in Enugu. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United States and Iran agree to conditional 2-week ceasefire and reopening of Strait of Hormuz. In business, Nigerian Labour Congress and civil society organizations fought federal government over rising debt and economic policies. We'll be right back shortly.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. United States President Donald Trump has approved a 14-day suspension of planned military operations against Iran, stepping back from an earlier ultimatum tied to escalating tensions in the Gulf region. The temporary ceasefire is contingent on the immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil transit route. The development follows diplomatic engagement led by Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who presented a multi-point framework described by U.S. officials as a basis for negotiations. The agreement is aimed at de-escalating tensions and restoring stability to global energy markets. Earlier hostilities saw reported strikes on key Iranian energy infrastructure, including facilities linked to oil exports, as well as retaliatory actions affecting installations in Saudi Arabia. In the meantime, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, has welcomed the ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran, describing it as a significant step towards stabilizing the region. He noted that the development provides temporary relief to the international community. In a statement from Downing Street, the Prime Minister reaffirmed the United Kingdom's commitment to supporting efforts aimed at sustaining the ceasefire and transforming it into a long-term peace agreement. He emphasized the importance of reopening the Strait of Hormuz for global economic stability. Mr. Starmer is scheduled to travel to the Gulf region to engage directly with leaders of affected countries. The visit is expected to focus on strengthening diplomatic cooperation and reinforcing commitments to peace and security. He further stated that the United Kingdom would continue to work with international partners to ensure that current efforts lead to a durable resolution while maintaining stability in global energy supplies route. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has welcomed the announcement of a 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran. The statement has conveyed through his official spokesperson. The United Nations chief called on all parties involved in the conflict to adhere strictly to international law and agreed ceasefire terms. He stressed that compliance is essential to creating conditions for lasting peace in the region. Mr. Guterres also acknowledged the diplomatic efforts of Pakistan and other countries that contributed to facilitating the agreement. He described the collaboration as a positive example of multilateral engagement. The United Nations reiterated its readiness to support further dialogue aimed at achieving a comprehensive and sustainable resolution to the crisis in line with global peace and security objectives. Residents in Tehran have reacted to the announcement of the ceasefire with mixed emotions as groups gathered in parts of the city expressing support for national leadership. Some demonstrators were seen carrying flags and symbolic portraits. Reports indicate a general sense of relief among citizens over the reduced threat of further attacks on critical infrastructure, particularly power and energy facilities. The ceasefire is viewed as a temporary reprieve from escalating hostilities. However, analysts note that internal divisions remain, especially among segments of the population critical of the government. Observers say underlying political tensions may persist despite the pause in external conflicts. Authorities continue to monitor public sentiment as the situation evolves, while the international community watches closely for sustained adherence to the ceasefire agreement. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, alongside civil society organizations and Action Aid Nigeria, has criticized the federal government's economic policies, citing rising national debt and worsening living conditions. The concerns were raised at a joint news conference in Abuja. Assistant General Secretary of the NLC, Mr. Estes James, stated that the removal of fuel subsidies has increased hardship for citizens without corresponding improvements in social welfare. He noted that expected reinvestments have yet to yield tangible results. Executive Director of the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, Mr. Awa Rasfanjani, also criticized the National Assembly for approving significant borrowing requests without adequate oversight. He warned that fiscal decisions must reflect public interest. The coalition called for urgent reforms, including targeted subsidies and strict adherence to fiscal responsibility laws. Stakeholders emphasized the need for transparency and accountability in managing the nation's economic resources. The Lagos state government has announced partial road closures ahead of official project commissioning events to be attended by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The measures are expected to affect major routes across the state. Commissioner for Transportation Mr. Oluwaseun Osiyemi disclosed that traffic diversion will be implemented around key locations including Ikeja, Opebi and Ojota during the commissioning of the Opebi-Mende Link Bridge. Additional events scheduled in Ajegunle and Victoria Island are also expected to impact traffic flow. Authorities have deployed officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority to manage vehicular movement. Motorists have been advised to plan alternative routes and allow extra travel time. The government assured residents that the measures are temporary and necessary for the successful execution of the events. Now in sports, World Football Governing Body FIFA has approved the international allegiance switch of goalkeeper Otto Okonkwo from England to Nigeria. The decision makes him eligible to represent the Super Eagles at senior level. Okonkwo, who previously featured for England at youth level, now joins Nigeria's national team's setup following completion of the required documentation under FIFA regulations. His inclusion is expected to strengthen the squad's goalkeeping options. The 24-year-old goalkeeper has been in impressive form in English football club, attracting attention from national team selectors. His performances have contributed to his call-up consideration. With his clearance confirmed, competition for the number one position is expected to intensify among existing goalkeepers as Nigeria prepares for upcoming international competitions. Nigeria's senior women's national team, the Super Falcons, are set to face Cape Verde in an international friendly ahead of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. The fixture is part of preparations for the continental tournament. The match will provide an opportunity for the technical crew to assess players and fine-tune strategies following recent qualification matches. Officials say the encounter will enhance team cohesion and match readiness. Nigeria has been drawn in a competitive group for the tournament, while Cape Verde will be making its debut appearance. Both teams are expected to benefit from the high-level engagement. The Nigerian Football Federation is expected to announce the official date and venue of the friendly. Preparations continue as the Super Falcons aim to maintain their strong record in African women's football. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Nkechi Blessing has paid tribute to fellow actress Mercy Aigbe for her role in shaping her career. The acknowledgement was made in a recent social media post reflecting on her early success. The actress identified her breakthrough role in the film Omogoeleki as a turning point, crediting Mercy Aigbe for providing the platform that brought her into prominence within the industry. She also confirmed plans for a sequel titled The Return of Omogoeleki, indicating that production is underway. The project is expected to revive interest in the original film. In addition, Nkechi Blessing called for improved professionalism within Nollywood, urging actors to demonstrate greater commitment to film promotion and industry standards. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, led by its president, Dr. Muhammad Suleiman, has suspended its planned nationwide strike, paving the way for the full resumption of medical services across public hospitals. Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Petermbah, has commended operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, for the successful arrest of suspected high-profile kidnappers and criminal elements in the state. On the foreign scene, President of the United States, Donald Trump, has announced a conditional 2-week ceasefire agreement with Iran alongside plans for the reopening of the strategic Strait of Hormuz. On business, the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, represented by its Assistant General Secretary, Mr. Eustace James, and civil society organizations have criticized the federal government over rising national debt and current economic policies. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria's push for regional economic transformation gained momentum as the Southeast Development Commission unveiled its Vision 2050 strategy, a long-term plan to grow the Southeast into a $200 billion economy and industrial hub. The strategy was presented at a high-level stakeholders forum in Enugu, held in partnership with the Office of the Vice President, the Ministry of Regional Development, and the 5 Southeast state governments. Representing the presidency, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Development Review, Ms. Miriam Temitope Masha, said the Tinubu administration established regional development commissions to address structural imbalances and unlock subnational economic potential. She noted that the Southeast's strong culture of enterprise and innovation positions it as a key driver of Nigeria's future growth.
Through the commissions, regions can set shared priorities, leverage skill for intervention, for infrastructure, investments, able to link local strengths to national objectives while delivering public investments and coherence across the states. So in closing, the Regional Development Commission's response to a simple truth, and that is Nigeria cannot achieve inclusive growth unless the regions are empowered to develop in line with the unique assets and challenges that they have.
The Southeast Development Commission Managing Director, Dr. Mark Okoye, said the Vision 2050 framework shifts the region away from fragmented development towards coordinated large-scale investment planning. He identified energy security, infrastructure financing, and diaspora capital mobilization as critical levers for growth, citing an estimated $10 billion infrastructure gap across the region. Dr. Okoye proposed joint mega projects, including regional power generation, gas pipelines and rail networks to attract global investors, while also calling for better structuring for the roughly $4 billion in annual diaspora remittances flowing into the Southeast.
The purpose of this forum is simple: to move the Southeast from fragmented effort to coordinated action. For decades, development planning across our country has often followed a familiar pattern. The forum is therefore not about unveiling a finished plan. It's about co-creating one. The Southeast diaspora is one of its greatest strategic assets. If we do this right, the Southeast Vision 2050 will not be another document.
On behalf of the Enugu State Governor, Dr. Petermbah, Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidiebere Onya, emphasized that regional integration and shared infrastructure are essential for unlocking the Southeast's economic potential, noting that no single state can achieve transformational growth alone.
Represents a defining milestone in the collective development journey of the Southeast region, a moment that calls for reflection, strategic thinking, and united action towards the shared future. The Southeast Vision 2050 Forum is not just another meeting. It is a strategic platform deliberately designed to bring together public and private sector leaders, development partners, and key stakeholders to collectively shape. Let me reaffirm that Enugu State stands ready to partner with the Southeast Development Commission and assist the states in translating the Vision 2050 framework into concrete policies, programs, and investments.
Private sector leaders and cultural stakeholders also voiced support. Ohaneze Ndigbo President General, Senator Azu Tambata, described the initiative as a historic opportunity for collective advancement, while industrialist Lady Ada Chukwudozie stressed that the infrastructure must now match the region's entrepreneurial strength.
Let us ignite the spark that will drive our region forward, creating jobs, reducing poverty, and improving the quality of life for our people. I believe that together we can build a brighter future for ourselves and generations to come.
Showing solidarity to the South Development Commission for the timely, very strategic forum that they have just put together, trying to articulate Southeast Vision 2050 for the Southeastern region. And I spoke on the standpoint of manufacturers in the region, understanding that to talk development, you talk industrialization, because it is the industry that produces wealth, creates jobs, and will guarantee sustainable development in a region.
I feel proud. I feel that it is long overdue. I feel that it is deserved. And I also feel that the people of Southeast, it is more or less an instrument of necessity to address a lot of industrial dislocations that happened during the Civil War, and also to create a balance between us.
The forum, which brings together more than 200 participants from government, finance, media, and development institutions, is expected to produce a data-driven roadmap to guide investment and policy decision in the Southeast over the next quarter century. Organizers say the Vision 2050 plan is designed to position the region as a globally competitive investment destination and a major contributor to Nigeria's long-term economic expansion. Jennifer Onibu, Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward, better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth. Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and love. Bringing you today's daily dose of joy and peace. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say one who is alone cannot discuss the taste of the food with others. Yes, well, the sun is up. The coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Wednesday, 8 April 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, and that's Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote or inspiration segment of the day. Something inspirational to keep you and help you inspire throughout the day.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the business update and of course the sports wraps to keep you smiling.
Alright, we go to the inspiration segment of the day. That's our quote of the day, which says, start where you are. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. This quote is from author Ashe. Start where you are. Use what you have and do what you can. Well, start where you are, of course. It means start from the position where you are, aiming for the best. And it's a powerful reminder that you don't need to be perfect to have a perfect condition before you launch into what you need to do. And you have to use what you have, meaning that what you have should be enough while you're aiming for the best. And also do what you can means that you have to do exactly what your strength can carry. And while you are aiming for the best, all these things is for what is to come and what is in the future. When you start where you are, it means that you are bringing yourself to the reconciliation of your condition, and you are also putting yourself in the situation where you can understand what is coming and take an action which will launch you into a deeper position where you can move to what you have. Now, looking at what you have should be enough. You know, from the holy book that says being contentment is a great gain. So it means that as you are planning, as you are staying from what you have, you're also ensuring that you are safe. You are coordinated, you are together in your actions against what is coming. Now, moving to do what you can, it means at some point, and at every point of your life, you have to do what you can. Don't overshoot yourself, don't overstress yourself. When you do that, you are going to go down or be sick for some while. But when you do what you can, it means you are doing your best at a time while aiming for the best. All these things is summing up to getting yourself better and becoming a better person as the day goes by. Yes.
All right, that's quite interesting. And looking at this quote, we are so grateful to Author Ash, telling us to start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. And I love to bring it down to my people. Allow me to love my people a little bit. You know, we're speaking to a global audience, but I need to bring it down home to my brothers who may be at the Owete markets, or you are in main market in Onitsha, or the Keta market in Enugu as well, or in Ogige market, or Ariaria in Aba, or perhaps some of you are in Alaba market or Sabongeri market in Kano. Yes, you are everywhere, and we are telling you this morning, irrespective of where you are, where you're watching from, that you should start from where you are. Yes, start from where you are. Get up from the bed this morning and start from where you are. What's that business you've been dreaming about? You've been thinking about how to move their business forward, and you've been waiting for that millions to drop. We're telling you this morning that you need to start from where you are. Go open that shop one more time. Yes, you do not give up. We are a people who do not give up. Yes, when we go for hunt, it's because we eat fresh meat. We do not eat stale meat. That's why what we are known for. That's why we wear the Ishiago. So I will tell you this morning, no, you do not need to wait. Start from where you stand. With what do you have in your hands? If there is no cash in your hands, start with your bare hands. Because we are offspring of men who started with less than 10 pounds. And look at where we are. Go through southeast Nigeria, look at the skyscrapers. It is the resilience of our people who started from where they are with what they have. So, you need to do what you can when you start from where you are. And what is it that you can do? We told you to open that stall. What do you have in your hand? It doesn't matter. Start from the little corner where you are. If that's what you can do. Submit that CV one more time. If that's all you can do, we are telling you this morning on Sunrise that you should just get started from where you are. Submit that CV one more time. Submit that proposal one more time. Start speaking to people one more time, starting from where you are. That is that tenacity that the Igbo man is known for, that the Igbo race are admired for. Yes, when we go for hunt, we go for fresh kill, and we do not need to let our forebearers get them disappointed. No, we don't need to disappoint them. We are a people who don't give up. So get up this morning, rise up one more time, start from where you are, use whatever is in your hands. If it is the sand that you find around you, convert that sand to a treasure, and then do whatever is necessary that you can. We are known for success, and you too can succeed. And that's the watchword on Sunrise this morning.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, let's take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Oka, this morning we step into a warm, cloudy morning, around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Nothing too harsh yet, but don't be deceived. By afternoon, it rises to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, and the heat becomes heavy and sticky. Then comes a twist, thunderstorms likely from late afternoon, possibly intense but short. The evening will settle into a cooler, rain-washed atmosphere.
Good morning, the core city, and welcome to Enugu. The morning starts a bit gentle at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius with a calm, hazy feel. Afternoon will be calm, but still a bit hot, rising to 32 degrees Celsius with possibility of rainfall. Expect a refreshing and breezy evening.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Today begins calm at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but this one heats up more in the afternoon, which will reach about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest spots today. You have to expect strong cloud buildup and thunderstorms later, followed by a quiet, cooler evening as well.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri wakes up to a warm, slightly humid morning, around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it gradually warms up to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius. So, warm up to the possibility of rain and light thunderstorms. By night, things settle into a cooler, calm, and slightly damp atmosphere.
Good morning, Umahia. Today starts mild. 25 to 27 degrees Celsius is what we're expecting. Then it climbs to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius by afternoon, getting hotter. The heat isn't extreme, but definitely noticeable. Rain is likely toward evening, leaving behind a cool, relaxed, slightly breezy night.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and keep an umbrella handy. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today. And we're talking from The Nation, The Punch, The Guardian, Daily Trust, Sun, and The Vanguard.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you for having me, Uche, once again.
And how has it been? How is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Nigeria has been the way it is all along.
No changes?
There hasn't been much changes since independence.
Anyway, stability is another step towards a successful living. So, Nigeria is a stable place, you say?
I just hope that our democracy will continue.
Hopefully.
We start with The Nation headline, which says, ADC crisis. David Mark-led National Working Committee State Chairman clash. Now on the Punch, we have ADC's woes worsen. State Chairman block unveil caretaker committee. Now on the Guardian, we have Middle East crisis exposes costly weakness in Nigeria's cloud economy. Now on the Vanguard we have ADC. Crisis deepens as third faction emerges. Now in the Daily Trust we have Nigeria on the brink of collapse. CSOs, civil society organizations. Now in the Daily Sun we have federal government begins mass trial of terrorists. Federal government begins mass trial of terrorists. We are going back to the Vanguard, which says ADC crisis deepens as third faction emerges. ADC crisis deepens as third faction emerges. The ADC's internal crisis has worsened with the emergence of a third faction, further fragmenting the party's leadership and complicating efforts to restore unity ahead of upcoming election. We are talking about ADC as we have been talking about it for weeks now. They have been making rounds, like I have pointed out, since a particular stakeholder joined ADC. There has been a lot of issues. Now we are having in the news that there has been an emergence of third faction in the ADC. Now we have the first faction. I mean, that's the National Working Committee of the Senator David Mark, who has led the Senate House. Then we're also having this one from Dumebi Kachuku, the presidential candidate of ADC in 2023. Then we're having from the other side of Nafia Balu. And these are actually things that are happening, creating this tension in a party that is a coalition and is an opposition to the major political party. It's actually a problem.
Yeah, like you rightly pointed out, the factions in the ADC right now are increasing, and we do not know if this is the last faction that we're going to hear from in the ADC. ADC is becoming as fragmented as the PDP. Many would want to hear that, but that's the reality on ground. But Mr. Ares, what's the way forward for ADC?
The way forward?
Yes.
What is going to be the way forward? They are already pushed to the wall. There's nothing to, go forward on. There's no vehicle that will drive them forward with the present things that are happening to the party.
All right. Speaking to the present things, the presidential candidate of the ADC in 2023, Kachuku, is now another powerhouse in ADC, and he has garnered about 23, states chairman of the ADC, and they've staked a claim to the leadership of the ADC, while David Mark is equally, embattled with the position of Nafiu Gombe and inec. So there seems to be fragmentation.
You see, the problem of ADC is multi-dimensional. Why I said multi-dimensional is that there are series of litigations in ADC. The litigation by Nafiu Gombe, the litigation by Dumebi Kachuku himself, because they had earlier gone to court, not Dumebi particularly anyway, but his group has earlier gone to court where the matter was thrown away by the High Court. They went to appeal, and of course they are furthering to go to Supreme Court. It has not been mentioned. So challenging the National Working Committee. You see, the first instance court, which is the Federal High Court, said threw away that suit on. It was dead on arrival, so the court could not entertain it because they were seen to have participated in the meetings that got Mark and Arabashola to office. Nafiu himself also participated, but they all turned around to say that what has been done is unconstitutional, given the party's dictates. That's what the put down on paper as their rules. So the rule, well, whichever way, it is a party internal affairs, whichever way it is, just based on some court rulings. Of course, Supreme Court, which is the final court of the land, has ruled that this crisis amongst party members within a political party is best resolved by the political party itself. But we have seen, people running to courts, asking courts to begin to do things that they do not have powers to do. That's exactly why the MAC group or faction went to court to go to ask the court of appeal to just declare that thing as having no jurisdiction, that the court has no jurisdiction since the Supreme Court had already ruled earlier. But the Court of Appeal asked them to go back and discuss in the courts, do joint issues in the courts as to what the verdict will be. And then they say status quo antebellum. And that status quo antebellum is that upon that status quo antebellum, the entire crisis revolves. Because when they say status quo antebellum, the INEC, in their own interpretation, decided to remove the National Working Committee of the MAC-led group, faction, and decided not to recognize Nafiu Bala. And of course, INEC did not even consider the Maybe Kachuku's group, which only reared its head a few days back, just about a day back. And he came out to gather some chairmen of the state party, offices, chairmen of the state parties, together to now say they are taking over the party on their own, and that they support the INEC position in ensuring that they remove David Back, that he is not the chairman, David Back and Arabashala are not the chairman and secretary of their party, that the party belongs to all of them and belongs to all Nigerians, that people just don't come and hijack their party and all that. So these were the crux of the matter revolving around it. And where there's been a lot of backlash is where INEC on their own, between not even Dumebi Kachuku group, but between Aliyu, Nafiu, Rafiu Gombe, and MAC-led factions. The action of INEC elicited a lot of backlash, a lot of interpretation by various legal luminaries at various levels, which has actually lashed on INEC for removing the already existing leadership of the party, and should not have done that based on that status quo antebellum. So, but the chairman of INEC, in his own defense, came out with the fact that there had been an earlier ex parte order in December, and that based on that, and this ex parte order, actually said MAC-led fashion should not parade themselves. So that they had been, because the ex parte order, the issue of ex parte order did not come to the fore since all the discussions, except when Amopetan was defending the action of INEC. So at the end of the day, that he had to, based on letters written by lawyers. But even at that, if there was an ex-parte order and there was an appeal based on the same matter before an appeal court, and an appeal court says status quo, that is, go back to when the crisis, go back to the position before the crisis came into being, which means that the crisis came into being when people went to court.
All right.
Because when they did not go to court, the situation was peaceful.
All right. You know, in fairness to INEC and some, they've argued that status quo antebellum, you know, like you did say, the position of things before the war or before the crisis. And they are citing the position to be what it was before the emergence of David Mark. But be that as it may, my question to you,
Was there any war before the emergence of David Mark?
But that's the where Nafi Bala is laying claim as to the position of things before the emergence of David Mark.
Nafi Bala could not have laid such claim when he applauded David Mark coming on board as the chairman of the party.
Anyway, those are subject to litigation. But my question to you earlier on, you know, why I asked the way forward is that the faction loyal to Dumebi Kachuku and the 23, you know, states party chairman of the ADC are applauding, are in total support, you know, to quote them, they say they are in total support of the position of INEC on the David Mark led leadership, which is why I am asking again, what's the way forward for ADC? Because the crisis is deepening.
What is going to be the way forward for ADC is for them to come together and resolve the internal differences.
Do you see that possibility?
Well, the possibility is now another question. But the way forward is what they ought to have done or what they should do. But the possibility of them coming together to actually get that matter resolved is what I cannot say, because I am not those individuals and they may not see from my perspective, but that is the way forward. We are talking about way forward. Another way forward is if the court will spread that action to give rulings on this matter before the timeline given by NEC for political parties to do effective participation.
All right, that is quite interesting. But one may not be wrong to think that the coalition led by David Mark did not do their due diligence before settling on ADC with what is happening.
No, it's about claims and counterclaims. You cannot completely conclude that they did not do due diligence, because you know why you cannot conclude. About Nafiu's position in the party was that Nafiu resigned. INEC was duly communicated by the party. Then INEC calls, ADC called a NEC meeting where the national chairman resigned and handed over to, and Nafiu and others were there. They were all there. Or even all those that were against them were there. There are visuals to that effect. And there were comments by these people. Although the Dumebi Kachuku group, when the mark was handed over, made a press briefing where they now said that they do not support the bad coming aboard. But they went to court and lost. They went further to the appeal court. And of course, they are going further to the Supreme Court. They are either in Supreme Court already, or they are going to go to Supreme Court. But nothing, so when you say due diligence, the INEC is aware and was part of the process until Mark came aboard. And there were, of course, INEC has been taking, the activities of ADC through Mark and Areweshala. And they have not, for instance, done anything. And when they now inform them about their congresses and convention coming, of course, INEC acknowledged.
All right. You know, part of why I ask you this question, part of the issue that is being raised by the Dumebika Chukwu faction now of the ADC is that the tenure of Ralph Nwosu have long expired and had been validated by the court of Justice Nyako, where he wrote that his tenure had long elapsed before the Kano primaries, where Ralph Nwosu was re-elected. And on that ground, they are citing that whatever agreement that he entered into with the David Mark-led leadership stands null and void.
That is exactly what I told you, that they went to court, and the court did not take that plea. That the court did not. So the court refused that, and that actually made Ralph Nwosu still the chairman.
All right.
So that is exactly what I'm telling you. So if the court had, at the time they went to court, the Dubebi group went to court, if they had said Ralph Nwosu is no longer chairman, then possibly, it is said that you cannot give what you don't have. Then it means Ralph Nwosu could not have actually convened a NEC meeting from where David Mark and Arabushala emerged.
All right, but finally, will it be right, and do you agree to the view that INEC has finally opened up ADC for this crisis that may consume ADC?
Yes, it is certain that this crisis, if care is not taken, will consume that coalition. And if it so happens, it means that there is no opposition for 2027 elections.
All right.
Well, we go back to the Daily Sun, which says federal government begins mass trial of terrorists. Federal government begins mass trial of terrorists. The federal government has commenced legal proceedings against terrorists accused of terrorism-related offenses, signaling a major step in efforts to address insecurity and enforce accountability. Federal government has moved towards the trial of suspected terrorists, even those who in one way or the other contributed to the comfort of the terrorists from what we are having. Some people brought food to them. There was actually a man that was sentenced to 40 years imprisonment who supplied goats to the Boko Haram. And there was another set of people who supplied Indian hemp and other hard drugs to the sect. Also, from the whole thing, it is looking as, from what they were saying, that one of them said it's hunger. It's actually out of that things were not going well for him. That was how he started doing that business, when he was pleading for forgiveness before the judges. First of all, it's a commendable adventure which the federal government has gone into. This is what basically we have been looking forward to see. But from this whole thing, it seems that this particular issue from the sect of 2023, those people who were arrested in 2023, as of 2023, we are having a lot of up to 500 suspects who have been involved in one or two occasions, aiding Boko Haram, and also those who had even had a business with Boko Haram generally. Now, from the whole thing, many thoughts are coming up. 2023, this was just 3 years ago that we are bringing the cases, that the cases are coming out, and also talking about one of the pleas that the man, like I said before, he said it's hunger that really made him to start, doing that particular thing. This is raising a lot of questions in our economy, of course, raising a lot of questions on how people. This man is a man who has family. He has about 2 to 3 children, and these things are going on. So I'm kind of worried, but at the same time, we could say it's a progress and also a move towards the right direction from the federal government. It's quite commendable, even though it has been a while.
Well, when you say it's commendable, well, it is because a lot of people have continued to shout where are the convictions made of terrorists that have been captured or apprehended? And we are talking about those who have been captured since 2023.
23, yeah.
So you see, such a long time. Well, the federal government is beginning to act. That is why I said people should not keep mute in the face of things going wrong. People should keep talking. And of course, a lot of people have been talking, and the media has been carrying same. And the federal government has been trying to be looking at the interface between the people and them, the government. And from what they gathered or what they collected, people are now complaining that these insurgent members or people who have been found to be had complete kind of complicity in the insurgency boosting has not been tried. So, and they are now beginning to try them. They had to take them from Kainji and from Maiduguri down to Abuja, where they are now being tried. And because of the fact that these places has more courtrooms, so that judges could be able to sit, we could have as many as 10 courts trying these people, because they have a large number. And it is because they have been putting these people together. Before now, they would have started trying them, who have such a large number.
Actually, some of them that were on the trial, their court, like the sentence started 2023, the judges had to backdate their sentence. Like there was actually one who
we know some of these sentences.
So if you are meant to be
based on when
you see, what we should be targeting is the systemic failure that is at play here. Irrespective of how we give this judgment and backdate by the number of years and days the person has spent in detention, it speaks to the systemic failure. Now, when you talk about human rights, why would you get somebody arrested and leave the person in detention without trial? It begins to lead us to question the Nigerian judicial system. And a number of times people interrogate this system, when you look at, in fairness to the judiciary, the backlog of cases that they had to contend with, and you talk about the infrastructural failure, and then talk about manpower as well. But in all this, people have over time continued to advocate for a special court that would try, these terrorists that has been captured, a special court, so that actions will be expedited in this regard. But having said that, I do not, in any way celebrate the fact that we begin to prosecute this very individual. Is long overdue. And Mr. Reyes, I don't know, who are we prosecuting? I'm hearing we are prosecuting a good dealer, who supplies protein to the terrorists. These are, for me, periphery. Is sinking inside the outer periphery of a circle. The main issue is that we are now confronting the real people. We shouldn't be pacified by this sudden prosecution of people who've been arrested since 2023 and beyond. The issue at stake is that we should be confronting these terrorists. When have we in detention any of the kingpins and not these side hustlers? When are we bringing any of these known terrorists to book? When are we bringing any of these known kidnappers? We are told that we can't penetrate their enclave. And when are we leading this onslaught, Mr. Reyes? So for me, I'm not quite enamored with the fact that we are talking about prosecuting people who have been in detention as way back as 5 years ago.
You see, we have been having problem with getting these terrorists actually taken to court. You have enumerated a lot of problems that could warrant that. We don't have the manpower, we don't have the infrastructure, and so on and so forth. Our courts are, of course, very, very slow. The courts in Nigeria are very slow. Very slow in that before you get a verdict, judgment over a particular matter, it is always delayed. And they say that justice delayed is justice denied. So, and when you delay justice, it is not, that is exactly why I said the federal government may have collected the impression from the general public, from civil society groups, from human rights organizations who have clamored that these people ought to have been brought to book. And that's why they are doing that. But then, I have not seen major terrorists, kidnappers, who has been arrested earlier, brought before these courts. We have not seen them. We have seen people who are, of course, aiding the insurgency, giving them this, exchanging money, running arms with them and all that. We have seen within the periphery, like you said. But we have not seen those kingpins, because I do know that DSS at one time or the other, it has been in the news that some of these kingpins has been arrested. I have not seen them come before the courts and jailed, and possibly not even jailed, because these ones cannot be said to be doing just ordinary business with Boko Haram. We are talking about those who have unleashed mayhem, terrorism on people, killed, and of course it's a death penalty for anybody who goes about killing people, without due process of the law. So we have not seen them, and not seen where. Do we even know if some of them have not been secretly released? And they said these are Boko Haram that they are repented. They will say they have repented while in detention, and they have to be left and de-radicalized to go. So, you see, these are some of the problems we have. And how many people have been, apprehended since after 2023? I'm talking about 2024, 2025, and to the present day. Where are they? When are they going to be prosecuted? Maybe in the next 10 years, because the way things are going.
If we ever prosecute them.
That is exactly.
They're not the same people who are granted amnesty, who are told to,
the days of grant of amnesty, they have been granting amnesty, and we have not even been told the conditions upon which amnesties
was granted.
Repented Boko Haram. That's the word.
It's only when people started talking again that the so-called repentant Boko Haram members are back to the enclave and unleashing mayhem. And some of them have been recaptured. And where are they?
That's a very big question. Where are they?
All right, we go on a short break and we're right back with more updates. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it and want to use the kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome. Still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we still have the news on the Daily Sun, where Southeast ex-governors back Tinubu. Ex-Southeast governors back Tinubu. Former governors from Nigeria's Southeast region have expressed support for President Bola
Tinubu, signaling political alignment aimed at strengthening ties with the federal government and enhancing regional access to development opportunities and national influence. Ex-Southeast governors are together to back Mr. President for all the things which they have said that he's been doing for Southeast, citing the infrastructural revolution and also the appointment of ambassadorship, former governor of Enugu State being an ambassador to one of the countries around the world. So that is actually what is happening.
Yeah, Mr. Harris, let me get your opinion. Let me reserve mine and get your opinion on the issue of Southeast governors aligning for President Bola Ahmed.
Who are the former Southeast governors?
Okay.
Who are there? Who are there from when? When you say Southeast governors, you are talking about since the birth of Nigeria, who has ever been a governor is backing Tinubu. How are we sure? If they say that those who are working with Tinubu are backing him, then we now agree. We're not even talking about the incumbents. We're talking ex. And who the ex-Southeast governors? We have Ojo Okalo, of course, is working with Tinubu. He belongs to APC. We talk about Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is in APC. He's working there, he's an ambassador. We talk about the governor of Ebonyi State, then governor of Ebonyi State, Umahi.
Yes.
Of course, he's a minister in his. So when you are talking about ex-Southeast governors, you are talking about APC. Governors of APC extraction who have been. You see, Inecnigeria, who is now being, who was arraigned in court. Is he supporting Tinubu? Well, he could support Tinubu so that they will let him free.
Yes, because there was
from his problem.
Yes.
Why I reserved making a comment on this, just like you asked the most pertinent question, who are they? And which forum of Southeast governors are those? Is it Southeast governors post 1999? And you did mention barely all of them are of the APC extraction. So, you're speaking to former governor of Abia State, Ojo Okalo, who is in APC. You're speaking to the current minister from Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi. These are the four former governors? Or are you speaking of the former governor of Enugu State, who has been given an ambassadorial appointment recently? So it's not news that these men are backing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But the question is, these people, are they able to galvanize the masses of southeastern Nigeria for President Tinubu? Are the masses aligned with them? I think this should be the bigger news. Because when you talk about these men, aligning with President Tinubu, it shouldn't be news. They are already aligned. You're speaking to perhaps Ikpeazu, who is of the PDP extraction, that want to see Mr. President contest without opposition, backing President Tinubu. That's no news to us. The point I'm making is, are they able to command the people of Southeast? That's what will give meaningful position to that headline, that the Southeastern Forum governors are backing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Mr. Harris, like you, there are many questions to ask. What are their numbers? How big is their influence in Southeast? And we are speaking to an APC government, a president that's already commanding virtually the subnationals across the 36 states of the Federation. You are speaking to an APC that has overwhelming majority. For example, when you step down to Enugu State, you have an APC government that controls the 17 local governments in Enugu State. So why should it be news that you have an additional personalities that may not command the people? And these are the issues that should be interrogated. And it leads one to asking other questions as to why are we still organizing the 2027 election if everyone is aligned to the mandate? So
no, who are going to run against the incumbent government? Who? The NDC is already, who is assumed to be the strongest opposition party in Nigeria presently is in ruins already. It's almost getting ruined. We have the PDP that is APC, the PDP APC that is supporting tinubu outright. And then you have the other smaller political parties that barely win one legislative position across Nigeria. So who is actually there?
And when you interrogate the issue further, you will see that Peterobi is an ex-governor from Southeast, and he probably, like he has told us, will be on the ballot. He is a contender for the position of Mr. President. And then you mentioned Chris Ngige, who is there, and the other former governors. Talk about Chiku Denwa of Imo State. Where are they? Where is it? Yes, he's in NCDC.
Yes.
And talk about who again? The one that talk about Rochas. Where is Rochas at this instance?
Rochas has not said anything for a long time, for a very long time. Yeah.
So there are still other. That headline could be misleading. Wants to give the impression that the Southeast is locked down for a certain political party, and that narrative doesn't do justice to what is on ground.
Because even in a boy before Mahi, the governor.
There was an Egu, Sam Egu in Ebonyi State,
who is also
there. So perhaps it's part of those that is aligned.
No, Egu is not in APC.
Right.
I think Egu is not in APC, and so on. So what we are saying is that, like you said, it will not be fair to actually lump up all the governors of the Southeast, former governors of the Southeast, aligned for tinubu. It's just an unfair sensationalism, because it is not the right thing to say. Some former Southeast governors aligned for tinubu. Just some, not all. Because not
all. Has mentioned the names of the people who are aligned.
Yes, and possibly mentioned their names. And then
if we see Senator Jizokalo, we won't be surprised.
No, we will not.
He's already in APC, and he's working for the re-election of
the President. We do not know about TLG, whether he's in APC or PDP or any other political party. So these things are neither here nor there.
Yeah.
All right, we go back to the Daily Trust, where we have Nigeria on the brink of collapse. Civil society organizations have warned that Nigeria is facing severe challenges that could push the country toward instability, citing concerns over insecurity, economic strain, and governance issues. This is what the civil society organizations, including SERAP and the rest, are coming together to talk about how the economic instability and insecurity, which has been on the headline over the days, could make and keep Nigeria in a position where they will not be able to recover in the coming years. And they cited the particular issue about the figures, which have always been mentioned. Nigeria has spent over 100 trillion naira in 2 years in budget, but there has never been something that was seen. It's only Nigerians are only seeing the budget in figures. And it's not from the whole scenario, it's not touching or it's not reaching down to the grassroots of the common man. And that is a problem that has been on the limelight, which is needed to be countered.
When you talk about money spent by government,
it looks like audio money.
It is always heard but not seen. You may not actually see them. When they tell you they are borrowing, Nigeria will always continue to borrow money. And then the repayment plan has been there. And when they budget, you find out that debt servicing takes about 60 to 70% of the total national budget. Debt servicing alone. So, what remains? That is why the federal government budgets most often, sometimes, will be within 27%, and when we see best is 40%. So you don't see that money. Remember the days of fuel subsidy. They will tell you that the subsidy regime has taken all the money. You still don't see anything. A lot of money has gone into expenditure by the government of Nigeria, yet we have not seen electricity, we have not seen improved water supply, we have not seen improved healthcare system, we have not seen improved education, educational and educational standard, educational infrastructure. We have not seen the resolution or we have not seen agreements between the academic bodies in Nigeria being met by the federal government. We have not seen that of healthcare. We have not, in fact, even by the Labour Congress, that is the workers in Nigeria, we have not seen anything. So there is no doubt about the fact that civil society organizations all over the world who are associated with the activities of government of Nigeria are beginning to see failure of governance. Failure in the sense that government has been unable to do their primary responsibility. And we have not even seen anything in the fight against insecurity. If you talk, of course, most recently, too, just about today's what? A day back, there's still a security problem somewhere in where they came in from. Where they came in from Niger, and of course killed several people, set houses ablaze, and so on. And the federal have deployed, and they took about 150 persons hostage, not even hostage, kidnapped. So, and the government have issued, statements that they're going to track down the perpetrators of it. That's always the rhetoric. We have always heard it. It's always been there. So, security of lives and property, which is paramount, primary, it's not done. The economic woes of Nigerians is just been tormenting everybody because we have a very bad economy. Inflation is at double digit and all that. So the position in Nigeria is such that could elicit the description of this organization that Nigeria is heading to a failed state.
Yeah, indeed. Because just like you rightly pointed out, a lot of issues have been cited. The issue around economic hardship that the people are feeling in Nigeria, is quite on the increase. And then talking to endemic corruption as well. And then we are talking about the shrinking civic space. And you look at what is happening with the opposition in Nigeria. As it stands at this moment, we do not see the opposition political party in Nigeria. There is none. In fact, every attempt at, having a very viral opposition party seems to be waning and is always mad in crisis. And these are a lot of issues. For example, when you see military coups all over the world, or in Africa in particular, they always cite, these issues around the economic condition of the people, around corruption, around a compromised judiciary, a shrinking civic space, and we need to be careful, especially now that even civil society organizations are bringing attention to it, that yes, the reality is that a number of times we're scared to speak to these issues, but the reality is that yes, it is what is happening. The hardship is on the increase. People are suffering. You saw the people blocking the roads in Edo State as a result of an increase in fuel price, rising from the issue in the Middle East as well. So, having said all this, it's quite important that government should take note that we do not in any way, drill the democracy that we enjoy. And the democracy that doesn't bring in the dividends to the people, dividends of good governance, dividends of good economic living, is a problem. And government should, in all instances, rethink their position and work towards seeing that these anomalies are corrected.
All right, we go over to the news on Daily Trust, where we have your actions bad for Nigeria's democracy. Kwankwaso tells Nafiu Bala. Your actions bad for Nigeria's democracy. Kwankwaso tells Nafiu Bala. Rabiu Kwankwaso has criticized Nafiu Bala, accusing him of engaging in actions that undermine Nigeria's democratic process, deepening political tensions and highlighting ongoing disagreements within the political space. This is one of the faction, one of the court's lodging of complaint that came from Nafiu Bala against the ADC, claiming that he was the leader of ADC and he knew not what's going on right now, why he was there from the whole point that we have seen. Now, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, who defected to ADC a few weeks ago, now had to try to have an interaction with him, and citing that he is a young man, he was born just in 1990, is claiming and saying that his actions are bad for Nigeria's democracy, where he has incited to handle the whole case himself.
Yeah, Kwankwaso made his declaration for ADC just to run, possibly, to run with Peterobi as a presidential and vice presidential candidate of the party. And then with this problem that came into ADC, Kwankwaso now decided to speak to Nafiu Bala on the need to actually help in ensuring that there is opposition in Nigeria. But as a young man who is still filled with young men exuberance, he decided not to even see Kwankwaso, who came to discuss with him what he called a father and son discussion. Nafiu did not show himself. Kwankwaso waited all through, but Nafiu could not come. So he now addressed the press conference after that, where he now began to speak on the actions of Nafiu Bala. And of course called on him that it will not be a very good thing if he truncates the interest of the North and the opposition in Nigeria, that it's not going to be a good thing for him. That is where Kwankwaso as a father referred to the karmic principle, which means that whatever you sow, there's certainly you will reap all through.
All right. Indeed, whatever you sow, you will reap. But from where I see it and look at things, I do not see Nafiu Gombe as the only problem now for the ADC. If Kwankwaso is even able to resolve the Nafiu Gombe debacle with the position of INEC, there are still other issues that are rearing its ugly head in the ADC that may, lead to further escalation within the ADC.
There won't be anything that's rearing its head will not stop the mark if it is the Nafiu Bala issue is resolved.
All right.
Because these other people, there had been, rulings, there have been judgments on that particular issue. So it will not stop the party from having an ESCO, which means the party's activities will be ongoing while further litigations will go on.
But head or tail, one thing that is obvious is that the North can call Bala to order if they so wish. There are still various instruments that could be used. The Northern politicians in ADC can rally the emirs to call Nafiu Bala to order as well. But having said that, and I did mention that I do not see the issue now resting on just Bala alone. Having said that, in all fairness to the coalition, we hope that these issues are resolved within the shortest time frame possible to allow them navigate through the INEC timetable.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite newspaper from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online.
All right, and bringing you the business update now, we're looking at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where the all-share index ASI gained 324.21 points, making an increase of a 0.16%. Yes, and we're looking at a market capitalization that ended the day yesterday at approximately 130.02 trillion naira. And let's quickly take a look at the top 5 gainers for yesterday, where we saw Transnationwide Express, closing the trading yesterday at 3 naira 12 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.86%, and Omatech equally followed. Omatech Ventures followed suit, making a positive adjustment of a 9.76%, closing trading at 2 naira 25 kobo. Cabri PLC, Cabri Nigeria followed suit, closing trading at 75 naira 25 kobo to make a positive adjustment of 9.53%. Yes, and we are seeing FBN Holdings closing trading yesterday on a bullish note of a 9.10 positive adjustment to close trading at 54 naira 55 kobo. FTN Coca Processors equally closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 31 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 6.50%. And looking at the top 5 losers, which are led by Elalex, led this pack of losers yesterday, where they closed their trading yesterday at 10 naira 80 kobo, making a very deep adjustment of 10%. And that communication followed suit, being very bearish equally, making a negative adjustment of 9.95% to close trading at 1 naira 72 kobo. Champs Holding equally in the negative, close trading at 3 naira 38 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 9.87%. And we are seeing John Holt equally in the dip, making a negative adjustment of a 9.71% to close trading at 13 naira 95 kobo. UPDC equally in the fray, close trading at 4 naira 20 kobo, making a negative bearish adjustment of 9.68%. And in all, 33 equities were traded, resulting in 23 gainers and 38 losers, where Zenith Bank remained a point of interest following announcement of a 359 billion final dividend payout for 2025 financial year, though it closed most recent active trading session at 103 naira. And then Airtel Africa saw a significant rebound recently, providing a 10% rally that helped stabilize the broader index after earlier volatility in the quarter. And we are looking at the naira performance, which closed yesterday at 1,382 naira for kobo against the US dollar. Yes, and then we're looking at the parallel markets as well, where the naira closed at 1,405 naira buying and 1,415 naira selling against the US dollar. And against the British pound, it was sold for 1,780 naira. Yes, 1,780 naira. And then those who are buying from the parallel market bought at 1,805 naira. And against the euro, we saw the naira holding its ground, where it was for those who are buying bought at 1,515 naira and 1,530 naira it was sold. And then looking at the key market drivers, will tell you that this liquidity is shot through the central bank's recent intervention, selling 20,000 US dollars to each eligible Bureau de Change BDC at 1,350 naira against the US dollar, which continues to act as a buffer against drastic depreciation. And then we're looking at inflationary pressure being another market driver here, where speculative activities remain low compared to last quarter, but global strengthening of the US dollar index has put pressure on most emerging market currencies as well. And we'll tell you that the Brent crude yesterday experienced a dramatic 14.4% plunge yesterday, April 17, 2026, dropping to $93 $3.48 per barrel, and this is said to be as a result of the ceasefire agreement where President Trump head off a threatened military strike against Iran just before a key deadline. And then we are looking at Strait of Hormuz, where Iran agreed to a provisional 2-week ceasefire and pledged to reopen the Strait of Hormuz under its management. And then another issue here, this the escalation immediately raised the high-risk premium years that had previously pushed prices towards $110 per barrel, triggering a massive sell-off in energy futures. And that's where we'll call it a wrap on the business update here on Sunrise.
And that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And thank you, Mr. R.S. Arum, for those incisive, in-depth analysis on news issues in Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me, and for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
day, Nigerians. Electricity has always been a major concern for Nigerians, from households to businesses. Today, we hit the streets to ask everyday Nigerians on a simple question: are you satisfied with the current electricity supply in your area?
I think there is a little improvement in terms of distribution, but the tariff, I'm not happy with the tariff. There is an increase in tariff. It's not about where I live. Everybody feels it because, I mean, whatever you put in, before a day or two, it goes up. So, yeah, it's not satisfactory. So they need to review the tariff, you know, a government that feels for the people. People should enjoy something from the government. Almost all the things that are controlled by the state is on the increase. Think about electricity, think about fuel supply, water supply. It's not fair. An average Nigerian deserves a bit of fresh air, you know, so they can start it with reducing the tariff. For once, let's feel a reduction in tariff.
I'm not satisfied at all. The tariff is very, very high. Like 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too high. They should be giving us like 10 units for 1,000, please. It's too high. It's affecting me because I'm using industrial machine. I'm using a lot of electronics, so it's affecting me seriously. Sometimes you will collect a customer clothes that we charge the person like 10,000 naira. The light that you buy to sew the clothes is even more than the money that you charge the customer, so it's too high. Please, they should do something about it. They should do something about it. Even if they should increase the units. That 4 units for 1,000 naira is too much. It's too much.
Please, not fully satisfied, but it's the better. It's very, very better. I'm from the village, and we are getting it better now. At least when we have full light, and there's no day we don't have it. So I'm very happy now that something is very, very fine. Please, very fine. I mean very fine. Before, it used to affect me because I may not have, the main thing I have is the fridge and the phone. So at times I'll put something inside the fridge, it will spoil. But now it's no more like that. When I put, if there's no light in the morning, it will be in the night. Then my phone now is always available. Yes, there's a big change. We are doing better. Please, myself and other people around me will confirm, because it's a village that know the most thing that is happening.
There should be a constant interaction, one-on-one interaction, you know, with stakeholders. There should be a kind of maybe monthly, I get me, or quarterly. The electricity distribution should convene a stakeholder meeting so that we can sit down and interact to know the way forward. Because the way things are, you know, almost our earning is going into electricity.
They provide light very well, but the price is kind of high. But their light is, at least in a 24-hour space, we can have light for 20 hours. So the light is very stable, but it's just the amount, the tariff that is high.
There is a significant improvement in supply, I must confess. Yes, there is remarkable improvement. I can acknowledge that. But where the problem lies is most transformers are overloaded. And when it drops, when some phase fails, the response is not rapid. It's always very, very sluggish. Then in terms of tariff, government should try to subsidize electricity for the citizens. If this economy will thrive, 200 and something naira per, what is that, kilowatts or whatever, is so outrageous in the current economy. Many Nigerians are poor.
It's necessarily affecting us. Everybody is not comfortable. The business is affecting, livelihood is affecting, because, you know, when there's light, when there's electricity available, a lot of it takes shape. But when those things are not there, a lot of things will begin to dwindle, you know, and many persons live with the service of electricity. There are things you may not even use your generator to operate with. There are things you might use electricity to get into doing. But when those things are not there, it affects everybody. even the consumers and the producers. It affects the whole structure of the society. So if those who are operating the system in our society will now begin to understand that they are serving people, and the people know what they are doing, we are interested, we want to use these things for our daily well-being, then things will begin to flow very well.
Personally, I'm not satisfied in any way because you see, sometimes it will take some time before they will bring the light. Sometimes they will bring it in a epileptic way, yet they still collect their money. They don't miss to collect their money. So for me, I'm not satisfied. I think they have to do some kind of reforms in their ministry or whatever I should call it. Understand? Because it's not the consumers that will come and do whatever that is necessary to be done. It's the power authority. They are the people that will have to do something to improve the supply. But people are not getting the regular supply needed, but they collect money on a regular basis.
We have constant light, but the tariff is actually expensive. And I don't know about other people that could not or cannot afford tariff, how they are actually managing. They should like reduce it a little. The amount for buying unit of light, they should like bring it down a little. Though I'm impressed with the amount of light we are getting currently, but it's too expensive, to be honest.
From Lagos to Enugu, Nigerians share their thoughts on the state of electricity today. Whether it's consistent power or consistent outrage, one thing is clear: electricity remains a top concern. We want to hear from you. Comment below, let us know your experience. Chinaza Ifeanyi, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, topical headlines, policies, personalities, politics shaping our nation. And I'm your host, Uche Osai. The countdown to 2027 has begun. And for Nigeria's opposition party, the PDP, is not just another election year. It's a battle for survival, relevance, and redemption. From conventions that test the limits of party unity to growing internal factions that demand political recalibration, the road ahead is anything but smooth. Today, we seek insight beyond the headlines into the law, the politics, the leadership struggles shaping the PDP's bid to reclaim power. Joining us is Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Southeast Zone of the country. He is a legal icon, a political strategist. Yes, he will help us unpack the intrigues, the legal implications, and perhaps the blueprint for the party's resurgence as the 2027 election loom large on Nigerians' horizon. Chief, it's a pleasure to have you on this side.
It's a pleasure, thank you.
Yes. Chief, how has it been?
It's fair and good.
Okay. First of all, let me congratulate you on your emerging as the National Vice Chairman of People's Democratic Party, PDP, Southeast Zone of the country.
It's good. It's God doing. It's this is a situation whereby we have been off the political arena for so many years.
Yes, it's unexpected, and I was surprised.
This is 21 years.
21 years
after my position as former national auditor. So this is 24 years. It's God doing. Though we have been on the sideline watching what was happening, it's not as if we have completely been out of politics. So we have been sideline watching what was happening, and then incidentally, God said it's time for us to come. And this time is a situation whereby we will see how we are going to revitalize a situation that looks so difficult.
You know, perhaps let's just say you are maybe being humble about it. The good works, your doggedness with the PDP over the years, you know, is being equally remembered and recognized one more time.
Yes, that's true. That's true. You know, this is a party we formed in 1998, and whatever we have achieved a little is on the platform of the party, and it's very bad and very disrespectful and condemnable for anybody who has actually benefited from a system to actually work against that system. So those are the principles we are built up. And that was the reason why we still remain in the party. And say we will not go out of the party.
All right.
Even those people who have quickly left benefited more than we do, and decided to leave the party for another political platform.
All right, Chief. Let's get right into it now. Yes, and I'm asking from your vantage point as both a legal mind and a senior PDP figure, how would you describe the true state of the party today as it positions itself for 2027?
Yes, the party is actually getting serious foothold for it to make a serious meaning in the forthcoming general election. It has been the practice of the party that before any general election, most often, since 2015, the party will have one internal crisis or the other. But by the time they solve it, they become stronger.
Wait, Chief, sorry to cut in.
Yes.
You're saying that this whole crisis is unexpected?
Yes, it's unexpected to this level. It was believing that it's something that we chicken out after a little while. But we find out that the thing actually grew larger than we expected. Most especially because of the people who ought to have addressed the issue earlier decided not to do anything and allow it to get to the point it got to before they started chicken out of the system, and believing that the party has actually collapsed,
not
knowing that the God is behind PDP. PDP will never die.
PDP will never die.
You will never die.
Okay. Right. For someone, who wasn't part of the inner circle, could you paint us a picture of how the convention played out?
Yeah, it was very beautiful because it's made up of delegates. Well, you know quite well the Electoral Act has actually removed the indirect election and adopted direct and consensus. And before then, in order to arrive at consensus, the party zoned its positions because the convention done was for elective position of offices. And as a result of that, the zoning committee came out with the formula, which was approved and ratified by the Board of Trustees and NEC. That's the National Executive Committee of the party. And based on that, the zones went home and take decision on who should benefit from the position given to them. So by the time the convention came, most zones have actually known who should pick what. So it wasn't so difficult, because the issue of consensus means agreement. So it is rancor free.
It's rancor free.
Yes, the consensus idea, because the zones will come together, like our zone, the southeast. We met in the office of the National Secretary, the then acting National Secretary, Senator Sam Anyanwu, and look at the position of the zone. And what was zoned to the southeast was National Secretary, National Auditor, Deputy Legal Advisor, Deputy Publicity Secretary.
Okay.
And because this was shared, in a meeting, we looked at various states in the southeast and distribute the positions.
Okay.
Imo State got the National Secretary, which Senator Sam Anyanwu picked. Abia got the National Auditor, which they brought a person that took the position. Anambra took the position of Deputy Legal Advisor. Boy took the position of Deputy Publicity Secretary. Enugu did not take any because of my position. My position, I'm an automatic member of the National Working Committee of the party, so there's no need to give Enugu another slot.
Okay.
So that was how it was distributed, and the same thing happened in other zones. And at the end of the day, when we came to the convention, to rectify what actually has taken place before then, through the provisions of adoption of consensus as one of the options provided by the Electoral Act. And the motion was moved, seconded, and it was actually agreed. The question was put. Those in support should say aye, those against should say no, and no dissenting voice. That was how it was carried.
Okay.
And they were equally sworn in immediately.
All right.
That was how the convention took place.
Okay. And to that, I say congratulations one more time to you and the party. But let me go straight, from the legal standpoint. What does the holding the convention signify, for the party from a legal standpoint? What does it signify for the party? It
signifies the adoption of a legal framework of the party towards arranging for various other activities. Yes, because if you don't have an elected personality in the party, it will be very difficult for you to do any other thing that is meaningful, of which INEC will accept being the regulatory body. And that was the reason why when they were acting, they have limitation on what they could do, not until an election is conducted.
Okay.
And that was the reason why the election started from the ward, local government, state, and the zone, and finally at the national.
Okay. You know why I asked that question?
Yes.
Let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here.
I
asked this question because on legitimacy ground, INEC has recognized your faction. And
there is nothing like faction.
Okay, but we know that Turaki-led National Working Committee is in court. And if eventually the courts eventually rule against the convention outcome, we were seeing perhaps it may lead PDP into another legal tussle here.
Yes, actually, there's the society, is not in harmony. There must be disagreement and agreement. In our party, there are some dissenting voices. Before now, it was a clear-cut division that gave rise to two judgments of the High Court, Federal High Court, Justice Lifu and Justice Motosho. preventing the other group from conducting national convention, which they hurriedly did, relying on another order of a court of coordinate jurisdiction that said they should go ahead with it. Incidentally, the whole thing came up to the Court of Appeal, and Court of Appeal now voided that national convention, principally based on that two judgments of the court. Because when that judgment was delivered, I know it's going to be a very big problem. As at then, I was playing a neutral game because I don't want to side any. Incidentally, when Court of Appeal came out clear, they said the coast is clear. And you know quite well that among the two judgments, the difficult one is the one by Sule Lamido, who is a member of the party.
Yes.
And had wanted to contest for the position of national chairman. And he was deprived the opportunity of doing so. And the court said no. Don't conduct that convention except one or two or three matters that have been complained of are taken into consideration. And the other one was equally talking of the violation of the constitution of the party, the Electoral Act, and the Constitution of Nigeria, which is a very big issue. The other group is all relying on the fact that the Supreme Court said that internal affairs of the party is non-justiciable, shouldn't go to court. I could remember, let me digress a little. In 2006, I think 2006 years, or 2007, when I was the chairman of the party in the state. That was the time of His Excellency Barrister Suleiman Chime. Eventually he brought a faction led by Engineer Vitaba. Unfortunately, Engineer Vitaba has no papers that made him to be the state chairman. But the governor went and they conducted a congress without any paper, without a recognition by the national. But we conducted our own, recognized by the national, and I was given the necessary papers. So it boils out that the governor said, no, he's not ready to work with me, notwithstanding the fact that I have the papers from the national leadership. Unfortunately for me, that leadership of the party that actually conducted the primaries, the Congress, and they recognized me, were out of office. Ogbulafo of the blessed memory, related Ogbulafo, came in and decided to play devil's advocate, like you said. And they believe that the governor has what it takes for him to be comfortable in office, and decided to follow the governor. And it got to a point that when the local government election was to come, we conducted our primaries. Jutaba conducted his own, and two of us submitted our list to NSEC, then headed by His Royal Highness Igwe Wobodo. He rejected both, and it was taken to Abuja. Abuja now, by Ogbulafo, now took that of Vitaba. But while all those things were happening, we have cause to go to Federal High Court to challenge that issue. And the Vitaba-led group came out with a preliminary objection, raising the issue that it is internal affairs of the party. A.J. Ofia, senior advocate, was the lawyer on the other side with retinue of other lawyers, including petermbah. Incidentally, I was alone. I did the matter personally. Before late Justice Kafarati, who left office as the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. And after our argument, of which I relied on two Supreme Court authority, INEC and the Hararume and the INEC and the Amechi, to show that in as much as you are calling it an internal affairs of the party, if you violate your constitution, it's no longer internal affairs of the party. So that was why I said this judgment these people are appealing against to the Supreme Court. I'm not preempting the position of the decision of the Supreme Court, but I'm saying that it will be very difficult for the Supreme Court to set aside those two judgments, which the Court of Appeal relied on to say that the convention conducted in flagrant disobedience of the judgment of the court was void.
Okay.
So that was why they were set up. And there was a move for the parties to reconcile. Unfortunately, with a view to stopping the convention that took place on the 29th and 30th. But the national leader of the party now, which is wike, insisted that the convention will take place while reconciliation can come later. The reconciliation is not time barred. It can take place any time. So, in a sense, we know quite well that Supreme Court is the final bus stop. But I doubt if the Supreme Court will set aside the decision of the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
Considering the import and the content of that two judgments of the Federal High Court.
All right. Quickly, before we move on,
yes.
Chief. One is on the issue of Senator Sam Anyanwu.
Yes.
Before this situation, we know that he was already suspended or expelled by the party.
No, that was the decision of the National Convention.
Okay.
That National Convention has been voided by the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
So that's a suspension and expulsion.
All right.
It doesn't hold any water any longer.
It doesn't hold any water any longer.
Yes, because the National Convention that took that decision has been set aside.
Okay.
By the Court of Appeal.
All right. On the other hand, before we journey along, was the possibility or the chances of reconciliation?
That's what we said. You know, I said it's not time bound.
It's not time bound.
Yes. It can always, reconciliation can come. Like I equally said, if by the time the parties agree and some positions are meant to be, conceded or concede to the other people who may want some positions to show true reconciliation. And my position is, if I am told to give way to any other person, for the interest of the party, for the growth of the party, but we cannot allow the party to die. We cannot allow the party not to have foothold in the 2027 general election.
Okay. Now, still on the issue of reconciliation, if that is meant to happen, the conditions that were set for reconciliation is such that when we look at it from the outsider's perspective, it becomes so difficult for us to believe that this other faction would meet such conditions.
No. When you are negotiating from the point of weakness, you don't have option.
So
you have.
So they are weakened.
Because they are the one that lost at the Court of Appeal.
Okay. Chief, let's eat some meat. Chief, let's eat some meat. Though you said there's no faction, but from the outsider's perspective, we still believe that as things stands, you are part of the wike-led group. He's still a member of your party, a leader in PDP, and he's serving an APC-led government. And what we're asking is, how would he, in good conscience, be able to lead your party into the 2027 election?
No, one thing you understand is that I don't think there's anything wrong in serving a different opposition party while in another party. I don't think there is anything wrong. What is wrong is in a situation whereby you be playing or doing anything against the progress of that party, then it will be regarded as anti-party. And you know quite well, so wicked, the leader now, there is nothing like a faction and a group by the decision of the Court of Appeal. The INEC has actually taken cognizance of the Congress convention we have conducted, and the INEC portal has all the names of the party elected in that order. And I must have to tell you that as at the time this issue started, people were asking me, there was that I actually said that I wrote a petition against my boss, former boss, Dr. Chimaroke Naga, with regards to anti-party activities towards 2023. I said yes, and the party took action as at then. In that of wike, there was, I don't think there is anybody who has come out with a petition.
Nobody.
None. So the party cannot on its own initiate move to discipline wike without somebody coming out with concrete evidence to say this is it, this is it. So I'm believing that even if wike is working for APC and a member of PDP, I don't think he's working towards the destruction of PDP.
Okay.
Because if that is the case, he wouldn't have been part and parcel of this world, this progress the party is making so far.
Okay. But
that's it.
But Chief, is on record that wike would not support anybody against Mr. President.
That is speculation. Not until we get to the point of primaries for presidential election.
Will PDP feed a presidential candidate?
Nobody can say. It's speculation. Nobody can say what will happen until we get to that point.
But at this point, PDP doesn't know if it will feed a candidate or not.
How can you know? Even now, the governor, people who are coming for governor, PDP did not know.
Okay.
People who are coming for various positions, PDP did not know. Okay. It is by the time the form is sold and the people obtain the form, they will now find out who are interested.
Okay. Chief, are you now supporting President Tinubu?
Myself?
Yes, you're in the PDP, and I know that you
are
a member of APC.
No, how can I support President Tinubu who is in APC?
You know,
I'm in PDP.
The impression is that since you are aligned with the wike group, that you all are supporting President.
No, wike has not told us this. Even in our meeting, it has not been discussed. So if wike is saying anything which is personal to him, nobody can use it to determine the position of the party. It is by the time that issue is brought before us, then we will now be in a position to say, this is what we have taken, this is the position we have taken, and reason why we took that position.
Okay, but speculatively, I know you, Chief.
Yes.
Should that decision be taken in the party, would you be supporting?
No, I don't like to delve into speculation. And I won't like you to drag me into speculation.
All right. On that note, Chief, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and if you're just joining us, we've been looking at PDP and the battle for 2027. And with us in the studio is Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party PDP, Southeastern Zone of the country. Chief, it's been a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Quite very nice pleasure.
Yeah, Chief.
After a long while.
Yes, yeah. And that's why it's so surprising that all of a sudden, when I got that call, you emerged as the National Vice Chairman of
it was coincidental.
All right. But Chief, back to the issue.
Yes.
You don't like to delve into speculation.
Yes.
But obviously, everybody in Nigeria understands that the FCT minister, who is a key leader in your party, would not stand against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And that was why I asked you that question. Because I'm surprised that Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, at this instance, who didn't take a side. The last time we were talking, he never took a side with any of the fractions.
Yes.
And then you emerged the National Vice Chairman of the People's Democratic Party.
Like I told you, immediately after the Court of Appeal decision, I said I will no longer be neutral.
Okay.
And since Court of Appeal has actually said this is the person who they recognize the existence. As a party man and as a member of PDP, I don't need to be on the sideline any longer.
Okay. And you don't want to delve into speculation, but let's
let's
come to
and it's not the best.
Let's come to Enugu State.
Yes.
What's your position on Enugu State and the PDP in Enugu State?
No, PDP is organizing themselves very strongly to give APC the run for their money.
Do you have a chairman in Enugu State?
The chairman, yes, with Engineer Vitus Okechi.
Is the recognized chairman of PDP in Enugu State?
Yes, after the Congress we did on the 14th day of March 2025.
He's the recognized chairman?
Yes, whereas my own came on the 21st day of March, a week after 2025.
All right.
He's from Enugu North, Senatorial District of the state.
All right. The last time I was with you, you spoke strongly. Even if there was one man left in PDP in Enugu State, he has to be Honorable Chief.
Yes, I said so.
You said so.
Yes.
So now we're here. The PDP, as it is today, do you think they are able to challenge your brothers now in APC in Enugu State?
Yes, because there are going to be problem in that place, and they will rush back to us.
There will be problem. They have 17 local government chairmen.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It seems you're no longer a student of history.
They have the councillors.
It seems you are no longer a student of history.
Chief, let's talk a little strategy.
Yeah, the student of. I said it seems you are no longer a student of history of what happened in 2023. Were you not? Were PDP not in power?
They were.
But we lost everything except the governor.
Yes.
We lost virtually everything except the governor.
And then in 2020.
And the governor, it was very difficult. It was very tough. That if not by the grace of the fact that there was an extension of 1 week, it would have been labor all over. And labor had no single office known to anybody. Some people don't even know that labor was in existence. And it came like tsunami.
Does PDP of today in Enugu State have that capacity?
Yes, we have that capacity. It's human beings that make up the party.
But you're dealing with people who knows PDP in and out.
It doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't necessarily follow. Especially if the APC is doing well. It would have been a difficult task for us.
They are not doing well?
They are not doing well.
In what perimeters, Chief?
Several perimeters which I have spoken before.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, yes, several perimeters. But this is not the time for us to start highlighting it, because if we do that, they will start punctuating those areas.
And you don't want them to work on it.
I don't want them to punctuate it. Now I'm in this position. Ordinarily, the other time I spoke, I was just speaking as an indigenous of the state.
Yes.
But now, as a strategy, I will not like to highlight on those deficiencies on their own part. Okay. Until we come out with our campaign strategy, then we will not let the people know. But actually, the people are not happy.
The people are not happy.
The people of the state are not happy.
Okay. They
are feeling so bad. And they are regretting to the fact that why should they allow this incident this situation to continue like this? And that was why I was appealing to all of them, and I continue to appeal to all of them. You cannot sit in your house and change a system. You must come out to change a system. When the time comes, let everybody come out to vote. Cast their vote. Because like I said, it's just an incident. Let me digress again.
Okay.
In my community, I decided to go for the traditional institution of my community, which is in a subject of litigation now, because I wouldn't like a situation whereby somebody who is not proper to take the leadership and be marshalling out improper policies that will be governing me. So if you stay and say I won't be part of it, there are persons whom you think they are not happy with will come out and be marshalling out policies that will be controlling you. You know, so that is the reason why I'm appealing to people to come out when the time comes to cast their vote and change the system they don't like. You cannot be in your house and the system that is suffering you, suffocating you, will be changed. It is not possible. Because those people who are in control of that system, we coast home to victory without any challenge. So that is the point.
Okay. Chief, let me digress a bit and take you away from the PDP a bit. Let's talk about the national issues. I know you're of the PDP, but let's look at the position, what is happening with the ADC. You know, and I was going to ask you, okay, let me hold on a bit. I was going to ask you, when we were speaking about Enugu State, you still believe that the people of Enugu State trust PDP, and it seems that they've replaced the PDP with the ADC.
With the ADC?
Yes, in Enugu State.
No, for now, PDP is a household name. You know, is
that name still sellable?
Yes, it's still sellable, depending on the individual you are going to bring out. All these parties depends on the individual. If you bring an individual that is not acceptable to the people, party has little or nothing to do.
Okay.
Yes, it is an individual issue. The masses consider the persons coming out, then the party that the person is coming out from. So if you are saying that you are a ruling party and bring out somebody whom the people did not like, you find that the ruling party will find it difficult. But if you bring out somebody, especially when there are certain policies within certain areas that are governing those areas, like zoning. If you have zoning and because you're a ruling party or you're opposition, you go against that policy that has been enshrined by the people, you find out that anybody coming out will find it difficult. But if you respect the zoning principles, where certain group of people has actually taken decision before now, that if this group has gone this time, you should go to the other people for peace and progress to reign. So that is what I'm trying to tell you. So PDP will be very careful. Luckily, we are in the driver's seat. We make sure that the persons we are bringing are credible, people with integrity and popular.
People with integrity and popular.
So that it will be very difficult for you to defeat the person.
All right.
And you won't spend much. You won't spend much if you bring out a popular and a credible candidate.
Okay. Now let's move a bit national. And I'm asking you now as a lawyer, not as a party faithful or strategist. What I'm asking is, as it has to do with the INEC stance on the ADC, and I'm asking, what's the legal implication of INEC's position on ADC leadership crisis?
No, before now, I had said that INEC did not do anything wrong. But when I got better briefing on the issue, I find out that it is not the duty of INEC to interpret the order of court.
Okay.
It is not the duty of the court, the INEC, because INEC interpreting that the court said the status quo anthem should be maintained. So you ask yourself, what is status quo anthem? What what is the thing that ought to be maintained. In the legal balance, when a court said status quo ante bellum should be maintained, which means the situation of things before the hostility that brought about the suit in court should be the one that should remain. And what is the situation? A dissenting voice filed a suit in September last year, challenging the leadership of ADC. And incidentally, the court said, let the status quo remain. What is the status quo? The status quo is the leadership that is being challenged. That leadership that is being challenged should remain until that case is determined by the court.
Okay. All right, so that's quite explicit.
Yes, because that case is yet to be determined.
Okay. Now, returning a bit to the PDP, leading to this crisis in the PDP, are you worried the possibility that the PDP going into next election may go into that election without having any sitting governor?
How? Okay. No, when Labour came into, do they have any sitting governor? They don't even have any office.
Chief, does PDP still have that clout as the...
That's what I'm telling you. It depends on individual. Labour was not in existence until peterobi came in. It was peterobi that energized Labour. And people knew about Labour. So that's what I'm telling you. It depends on the candidate that will come out. I know quite well that our national leader, some week ago, he was speaking at the National Convention, said that those governors who actually has taken our mandate to another party will be retrieved. We will try and retrieve them. And people thought it's a very big joke.
Okay.
We are going to work towards that.
You're going to work towards that?
Yes, to make sure that most of our mandate that was taken to party that did not labor for it will be retrieved.
Okay. Chief, even this morning in the papers, quoting The Guardian in particular, the major headline there is that opposition's fights to stay on ballot amid legal and internal conflict. And there is still strong perception or belief that the PDP may not be in the ballot in 2027.
No, it's not true. How can you say that when, if you go to INEC portal now, you see the names there from national to the world. It's our own group. It's our own PDP. The PDP's candidates or PDP's officers have been uploaded by INEC in their portal. That's to tell you that as at now, people going to Supreme Court, they are exercising their right. But we wait for the Supreme Court to take decision.
You wait for the Supreme Court?
Yes, but I'm not representing them, but I know quite well that it's not going to be easy.
All right.
For the Supreme Court to set aside the decision of the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal.
Okay. All right. Chief, as we wound up, let me still go back to wike. You understand? Yes, you've said categorically that he's not on record. He has not, nobody has quoted him anywhere that is on personal speculation and all that. But it's widely believed that Wike, has maintained, and I quote, he said, "I am an asset to ensure Tinubu wins a second term," referring to 2027.
Which year did he say that?
That's recently. And the Guardian is quoted in the Guardian newspaper.
Which year?
In 2025.
That is 2025. We are in 2026.
You're saying that this position may no longer be tenable?
That is what I'm trying to tell you. As at that point in time, there was serious fight, serious division in PDP. Very serious division. But now there is no longer division in PDP.
Chief.
Yes, the Court of Appeal has made it clear.
Make us understand this. Make us understand this.
What I'm saying, the fact is that the Court of Appeal has said this is the PDP we know.
Yes, we're not arguing
that's what I'm telling you.
We're not arguing that.
As at the time Wike made our national leader, Joseph Wike made this statement, was the time there was serious division in the party.
Chief.
Yes.
Chief, let's be a little bit realistic here.
Yes.
Did you
follow the convention of PDP very well?
I did, to a certain point.
Yes. Did you listen to the speech of His Excellency, former Senate President, former Governor of Kwara State, Senator Olusola?
I didn't.
He said now, it is now sure and confirmed that PDP will be in the ballot, part of 2027 election.
Okay.
That is what he said. And it is clear. INEC was there. INEC uploaded the officers that were elected. So I don't think what they are saying now will still apply. Even if they are going to be, wike is going to say that I'm going to support Tinubu, it's going to be a team affair. It's going to be the party that will take the decision, not the national leader. Like I said, he's entitled to his own opinion as a person, and nobody should fault his opinion, but not the position of the party as at now.
Okay. All right, Chief. As we conclude, you may not like the trajectory I'm towing now, but
no. How can you say I didn't like?
I say you may not like where I'm going now, but I have to.
No, you go anywhere you like. Whether it is taking you to the bush, I don't know.
Now that I have opportunity to be with you, I want to get your position on Igbo presidency because you're a big player in Southeast Nigeria now.
Yes, it's something worth doing. Yes, it is something worth doing. That Igbos has not tested that position. It is very, very bad.
Is it tenable at this point?
I don't know, because the sale of forms has not commenced. We don't know who actually is coming out.
Okay.
That's why I said I don't like to delve into speculation.
Okay.
Anything I'm saying now is based on speculation.
Okay.
It is by the time the forms come out, people apply and put in their papers, and then screened, and at the end of the day we will now know who actually is coming under which platform.
Okay.
Then we can now answer that question.
All right.
You know?
Well, Chief, I know that you're a big on history, and you're a good historian as well. So let me ask, does Igbo presidency stands a chance at this point in time against the incumbent going into 2027 election?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see what happened in 2023. If not because of the way the INEC did their own thing, I believe that it would have been so possible for an Igbo president to march.
All right.
Yes, but as at now, nobody knows where anybody from the Igbo race is coming out from. Whether it is Labour, whether it is PDP, whether it is ADC. But I know that any serious Igbo man that comes out now and actually galvanize the support of other groups like the Hausas and Yorubas, it will be very, very difficult for the incumbent to come back.
Okay. All right, Chief, we're out of time, but before I let you go, you know, you're now the National Vice Chairman of People's Democratic Party Southeast Zone, a very elevated position.
By the grace of
Let's hear from you. What are we expecting from you and the PDP going forward?
Yes, we expect a situation whereby we will now galvanize support for the party and make sure that the party takes its right position in the political arena of the country, especially in the Southeast. But like I earlier said, up till now we have not met as a team. So by the time we meet as a team, by our zone, we will be in a position to come out with the position of the party as regards the Southeast zone. We were formerly in control of the Southeast. Now we are now far. We have lost all. Even so, it's going to be a Herculean task, but we will do it. We are not going to be, afraid of tackling the problem.
Okay.
And how do we do it? We will do it with sincerity of purpose and make sure that the people trust us.
Okay.
The major aspect is trust and confidence.
Trust and confidence. And that could be translated here in Enugu State.
Yes, exactly. We are not only in Enugu, in the entire southeast.
Yes, but I know you're very much invested in Enugu politics.
Yes, that is where I stay. That's where I stay, and that is where I have done most of my politics. So I'm interested in what happened in my state.
Okay.
And we are going to do marvelously well.
All right.
To ensure that the party that actually took our mandate without suffering for it.
All right.
We have cause to say if they have known.
Okay. All right, Chief. All right. Finally, before I let you go, and I know you've spoken to this, are we going to witness a situation where the Turaki-led group, the Makinde group, governor for your state, Bala of Bauchi is already gone?
These two governors you are talking, they are still romancing with the ADC and APC.
Okay.
You know,
so
Bala is romancing with APC is lobbying Bala. ADC is lobbying them. And Makinde cannot go to APC.
So he will come back to the PDP?
It's left for him. The other day I saw the newspaper where he was having pleasantry with his wike. So in politics, what is permanent is interest.
What is permanent is interest.
That is it.
And that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the Insight. And we've been discussing with Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Southeastern Zone of the country. Chief, it's been a pleasure.
It's a pleasure, thank you.
And we hope to see more of you.
I see anytime so far I have time and I have the chance, I will always come.
All right, and to you, our wonderful viewers who've listened to Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook as well. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industry. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. President Tinubu urges stronger community support for law enforcement. Enugu governor suspends daily market tolls in the state. Details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has called for strengthened national security cooperation, describing internal security as a shared responsibility that extends beyond law enforcement agencies. Speaking through the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima at the 2026 National Police Day Grand Parade in Abuja, the President says sustainable peace depends on trust and collaboration between citizens and security operatives. He urged traditional rulers, religious leaders, and private sector actors to actively support policing efforts, warning that distrust between the public and the Nigerian police force undermines national stability. According to him, citizens must begin to see police officers as partners in peace building rather than adversaries. The president further stressed the need for ongoing institutional reforms within the Nigerian police force, insisting that professionalism, discipline, and accountability must define every level of policing. He said reforms must translate into improved public confidence and operational effectiveness. In a firm response, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji, warned that misconduct within the force will no longer be tolerated. He stated that there would be no protection of erring officers, while also promising improved welfare and operational capacity for personnel committed to duty. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdulrazak has warned against the disclosure of military operations and troop movements, describing such acts as sabotage against national security. The governor issued the warning during a visit to soldiers injured in a recent bandit attack in the state. He said intelligence leaks from local informants have continued to aid criminal elements in executing deadly ambushes against security personnel. He called on citizens to demonstrate greater responsibility and loyalty in the fight against insecurity. Governor Abdulrazak also announced financial support for victims of the attack, approving 20 million naira each for the families of 3 soldiers killed and 5 million naira each for 3 injured personnel currently receiving treatment. He described the intervention as a humanitarian measure to support affected families, while reaffirming government's commitment to working with the armed forces to restore peace and stability in the region. Troops of Operation Wild Stroke have arrested a suspected terrorist in Wokari local government area of Taraba State following intelligence provided by vigilant residents. The suspect was intercepted at Rafin Kada community along the Rafin Kada Wokari Axis. According to security sources, the suspect was detained by community members after being observed acting suspiciously before military personnel arrived at the scene. Preliminary investigations indicate that the suspect may be linked to a terrorist network operating within the area. Reports also suggest he was attempting to purchase cannabis at the time of his arrest. He is currently undergoing interrogation as security forces intensify operations to track and dismantle in 20 years. The judgment was delivered by Justices M.O. Olajuwon and Binta Nyako in a fast-tracked to members against electoral malpractice. He said anyone found compromising the process would face arrest and prosecution. Security agencies have also been engaged to secure collation centers and ensure a peaceful electoral process as stakeholders continue consultation on operational readiness and infrastructure gaps. Former presidential candidate Mr. Peterobi has called on Nigerians to actively defend democracy amid growing political concerns ahead of the 2027 general elections. He raised the alarm over what he described as threats to democratic stability. Mr. Obi's remark follows tensions surrounding recent actions by the Independent National Electoral Commission involving the African Democratic Congress leadership. He warned that silence in the face of institutional pressure could weaken democratic structures. He emphasized that democracy survives only through active citizen participation, civic vigilance, and accountability of public institutions. According to him, Nigeria's democratic future depends on collective responsibility. Obi urged Nigerians to remain engaged and law-abiding while insisting that democratic principles must be protected from any form of political erosion. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has raised concerns over excessive salt consumption in Nigeria, warning that it poses a major public health risk. The Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, announced this during a health briefing in Abuja. She noted that Nigerians currently consume about 10 grams of salt daily, which is double the World Health Organization's recommended limit. She linked the trend to rising cases of hypertension, heart disease, and stroke. NAFDAC stated that non-communicable diseases now account for nearly 29% of deaths in the country, with processed foods contributing significantly to sodium overconsumption. A new regulatory framework is being developed to address the issue. The proposed policy will enforce gradual sodium reduction in processed foods with strict limits and improved labeling standards aimed at protecting public health. A windstorm accompanied by heavy rainfall has caused structural damage to parts of the Kubo bus terminal and the Inyanya pedestrian bridge in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Authorities confirmed that no casualties were recorded. The Federal Capital Territory Administration said the storm affected sections of public infrastructure, prompting immediate safety assessments and emergency response measures. Commuters in the area experienced temporary disruption. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike
You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Lecturers at the University of Jos have commenced an indefinite strike over the non-payment of their March 2026 salaries. The industrial action, which began on Wednesday, April 8, 2026, has disrupted academic activities across the institution. The chairman of the University of Jos branch of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Professor Jerube Mowes, confirmed the developments in an interview with The Punch in Lagos. He stated that members of the union will not resume duties until their outstanding salaries are fully paid. In a statement issued to members and signed by the ASU Unijos leadership, the union directed lecturers to withdraw from lectures, examination and statutory meetings. The statement noted that the action for return of full operation signaled a productive restart for the state workforce. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has intensified enforcement against illegal revenue collection, ordering the immediate suspension of daily market tolls imposed on petty traders across the state. The directive was issued at the stakeholders meeting on revenue harmonization. Represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, the governor said the decision aligns with ongoing tax reforms aimed at easing financial pressure on low-income earners and improving compliance in the formal sector. The governor also warned that anyone involved in collecting unauthorized fees would face prosecution, while a task force has been established to monitor enforcement across markets and local government areas. In a related development, Tinubu State Police Command arraigned 2 suspects before a magistrate court in Enugu North over alleged forgery, conspiracy, and illegal revenue collection linked to fake registration receipts for native doctors. Optimism over his recovery, noting that his rehabilitation is advancing as planned following successful surgery and intensive physiotherapy sessions. Galatasaray supporters have welcomed the update, with analysts stressing that Osimhen's return could be decisive in the club's pursuit of domestic and continental objectives this season. Now in entertainment, an alleged altercation involving Nigerian music star Burna Boy and DJ Tunes has sparked widespread reactions after a viral video was faced online showing what appeared to be a physical confrontation during a social gathering in Lagos. The incident reportedly occurred at the private event hosted by nightlife entrepreneur Obi Kubana. In response to the trending footage, DJ Tunes posted a cryptic message on social media but did not provide details of what transpired. Burna Boy has yet to issue any official statement regarding the incident. The video has generated significant speculation across social media platforms, with fans and industry stakeholders awaiting clarification from both parties. As of reporting time, no formal complaint or official confirmation has been issued by relevant authorities or representatives of the entertainers involved. Stating entertainment media personality Daddy Freeze has responded to public criticism following allegations linking him that he only conducted an interview and did not solicit funds. The controversy escalated after the Nigerian Medical Association Delta State branch and other medical professionals debunked claims surrounding a purported breast cancer diagnosis, describing the compensation as falsified. Further investigations and public commentary revealed inconsistencies in medical claims, prompting legal citizens. The governor issued a directive during a stakeholders meeting on revenue harmonization presented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya. Governor Mbah warned that anyone found collecting unauthorized fees would face prosecution, adding that a task force has been established to enforce compliance across markets in the state. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masawa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity, and economic development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a web community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue. Experts recommend practical solutions, increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined using mini-grids, continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution.
Need nothing, but I mean celebrity gist. It's not terrible. I have to crash it all for you guys to, chill and have a cozy day. And today is Wednesday. I call it my Wednesday WCW Women Crash Wednesday. I know you guys are crashing. And you know my name. My name is Official Social Lawyer, popularly called Red Pepper. Hey, today I came to spice a lot of things today. But first of all, we want to wish very dark man, when I mean very dangerous dark man, a happy birthday. He popularly called Martins Vincent Osai. Yeah, his birthday is going on today, and he has done a lot for Nigeria and coupled with so many things. He is seen as a human rights activist who, protect the rights of the poor, the masses. He's someone, from the street who rose to the top, mingling with so many big figures and top men in the society and dealing with them. The man is not there to, give some people some cold ice block. He's there to put some pepper in some people's eye. And my guy be this. Happy birthday, Vincent Osai. I wish you more life. We're celebrating here from Aneke TV. We are saying a happy wonderful birthday to you. And also I'm also celebrating our Hollywood. I'll give him a little bit of the legend title. Why? Because he has been in the limelight for a long time. I remember him doing film. I remember him doing some film with some legends like Peterbi, Chiweterago. But we're talking about Rance Noah. He's officially 35 years old in the movie industry. Here is the most shocking thing. As handsome as he is, he has never been in any scandal, drama or anything. He picked a decent life and a wife. They got married and that was all. This is one of the reasons why he has been reminded young and healthy. When I was 10 years old, Ramsey was like, now I am 30. He's still looking younger than me. But not me, not me, because I'm looking a whole lot of cool, and cool is very beautiful. As you can see, I am looking, but to our great Nollywood legend, he's still looking and celebrating 35 years in the industry. It's a massive. We all look up to him, even as he is. He's still giving us the banger because we see him as our, local Jackie Jar. He was in the action movie, giving us some those, and also in the love movies, giving us some love romantic episode to watch. Yeah, we can never forget legends like him. And then to our industry banter that has just been going on, things are just things and things on point. When I mean things and things on point, I mean things and things on point. Burna Boy, makes a video mocking DJ Tunes for falling down when he gave him one hot slap, and even his eyes everywhere got blood. He used DJ Tunes song to mock him. Burna Boy is not playing this time around. He's going out for people who are this, and you see him giving wahala to them offline, and DJ Tunes and Whiskey giving them all wahala. He didn't come to play. He's just giving a lot. So okay, before I do this, I have just a short video clip. That's a short video clip where he actually is using DJ Tune's song, to mock him and to tell him, yeah, nothing. Let's just play you just small clip. What I mean small, yeah. a clip that you need to watch and see that Burna Boy is in for a hot thing. So let's play you this clip. This clip is just a whole lot for me, because when I was watching it, actually I was just saying, yeah, Burna Boy has done his things, and that's at some point I want Burna Boy to come out and, you know, because he's fading. Like, for me, he's fading. A lot of things has just been crashing up and down in the industry. So him coming to play dirty with him, even if he was wronged, yeah, because the story going now is that I think DJ Tunes crossed boundary and he gave him a very hot slap in retaliation to what he did. But actually, for a big music legend like Burna Boy, a big music star like Burna Boy, I think a lot of things, some attitude should be curtailed, and you should not always be quick to anger, even if you always been provoked. But let's just play you this clip. Just watch. Stay tuned. That was Burna Boy, you know, shouting Obafia, a way of mocking DJ Tunes. And you know, the surprising thing about this video is the fact that there has been a sanction, you know, given to him based on the fact that he did this thing. And the Nigerian DJ Association has called a total ban of Burna Boy songs in the club after he got DJ Tunes beaten. Henceforth, they won't be playing Burna Boy song until public apologies made to DJ Tunes. The kind of culture we got in Nigeria, wow, it's a whole lot for me. You know, the Nigerian DJ Association having called a total ban of Burna Boy's song in the club as he got DJ Tunes beaten, and henceforth they won't be playing Burna Boy's song until public apology has been made to DJ Tunes. And you know, a lot of things, you know, he will lose a lot of money at this point, and a lot of, like I said, there's some sort of public views that we should avoid, just for the fact that we are public figures. We should just avoid some certain things, because it will only bring online scandal. People will just talk and buzz up, but the aftermath repercussion of this whole thing should be an area of concern to some certain people. So we should not the fact, because of the fact that we are a public figure and we should just go in and out with our character. No, there should be a checkmate of this some characters we put out there, and some people should be mindful of what they say and what they put out there, because this country just imagine like Davido doing his thing, Whiskey doing his thing, Burna Boy. These are three giants we consider in the music space, and they are, just imagine them in a field war when they're all fighting, throwing punches, you know. At that point, what comes to my mind is what's going on. And the first one I was just say, what is going on? It's all heated up in the music industry. It is all heated up, and people should just be mindful. Like, we're expecting a lot of cruise, but the online in-laws there, we're actually enjoying it because it's part of it. We actually enjoy it, but not for violence, but we just enjoy the fact that sometimes they'll just put on some drama, cheap drama for us to watch, and that's the way we can actually survive in this country. I don't know. Okay, I have this movie that has been trending, and a whole lot has been said, and I'm very interested in this movie because it has to do with my profession as a lawyer, and it has to, you know, give me some insensitive mindset that beyond the face bars we have to look, and it is the mirrors of reflection, acted by actress Bimbo Ademoyo, and it's making headlines with her movie Mirrors and Reflection 2026. This is about the psychological family drama, recorded over 5 million views within 72 hours on YouTube, quickly becoming one of the most talked about Nollywood films. Many viewers are already recommending it. The movie tells the story of identical twins, Ifedayo and Ifeoluwa. After a tragic accident, one sister takes over the other's identity, and career. What follows it is a powerful story about choices, responsibility, and consequences of living another person's life. This is something that we have to in our daily life. Theft of identity or is a crime in Nigeria. You don't steal someone else's identity. It's a criminal act. Line, and it's made a whole lot of sense. I've seen a couple of movies out there that has a similar storyline, but not just the same. But at least it's playing towards another direction. When someone is in love with a perfection out of the curiosity of what she feels that the profession is all about. Logo profession is a profession that some people are very curious to, see. But anyway, I'm hitting it up with something very, very crucial now. What is trending? And it's all about, like I said, where your right stop is where the next person, right starts. So, Blessing CEO has come out to say a lot of things. Last week we said a lot of things about Blessing CEO and the way she, claimed to have cancer, which is a serious event. People with cancer are beginning to react and say it's not something you catch cruise, because we know how she climbed to the limelight. She actually had a lot of cruise. And let's go. The Nigeria Cancer Society set to investigate Blessing CEO over cancer claim and fundraising. The Nigeria Cancer Society (NCS) has called for investigation into social media personality Blessing Okoro, popularly called Blessing CEO, over allegation that she forcibly claimed to have cancer in order to solicit for financial assistance from the public. In a statement released in Abuja, the society spokesman Busha Muhammad expressed concern that the alleged allegation may have misled 1 million Nigerians who contributed donation, believing they were supporting a genuine medical case, prompting widespread calls for accountability, possible refunds, and thorough probe. Due to the sensitive nature of cancer-related appeals, the NSCS strongly condemned the allegation conduct, describing it as unethical and damaging on the ongoing effects and effort to support cancer patients across the country. Asking her, she was just so blown up. But for me, for me to say something, I base it based on the reality of fact that Blessing CEO has done this. And if it's for context sake, please deter from some sound, because actually they are going to, but there's another law, I won't say, but I will just say this. Even the persons of Martins say, Very Dark Man has sued Blessing CEO allegedly to refund and for fraudulent forge of illness. And so many people are calling up for the government to take needs and action to replicate this action and to deter others from further use of these certain things. I think this is going to be a damage to some parents. Maybe she ignorantly felt like maybe I can do some certain things and do and just forget the fact that I will be held accountable and responsible for any act that is going to go on and further on this occasion and this bit. There are some points in life we just have to know that we should know our limits in life. We should just not be overwhelmed by the fact that we're actually catching cruise and we're actually making the public to laugh and feel like it's something that we could do for ourselves and have fun. And not everything is used for fun. Not everything will be used, because some things will be used against you when you appear in the court of law. So justice has to be served to the people who deserve justice. If actually true in all reality and in all sense she actually forged the claims, and the result, she should be held accountable for it. Because fairness is something I preach every day. As a human being, we have to preach fairness, and we have to make sure that people around us are surrounded with equality and fairness. So I stand to that fact that justice has to be served. If actually what she is accused of, she is found guilty of that. So apparently I'm going to go to my next and last. It's about the marriage crash between Bam Bam and Teddy B. The marriage has crashed despite pleas from Nigeria actress Bam Bam yanks off Teddy's surname of her IG page. And after the movie Odogwu and Achalugo, Love in Another World, after that movie trended, Achalugo Odogwu, I think that was where there was a speculation that their marriage is into a crisis situation, and it's becoming, we see themselves unfollow each other at some point. She now takes off her husband, I don't know, will I say ex-husband's surname, because they have not come officially to tell the public they are no longer together, but we can see signs and symptoms that will actually allegedly say the end has been going down, like I mean down, and that's just to say that nothing is permanent, and the whole thing of marriage, you can always watch us on our official page, on Aneke TV, on our socials, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and on X. You can always send in your comments. I'm always available to listen to you and answer your question out there, and to be part of this. Always tune in every day by 12:30 p.m. and on Friday by 2 p.m. We love you. Goodbye. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency. Implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and disregards to power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps is one that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
You're welcome to our program today. That is Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, southeast of Nigeria. And I have to discuss on a topic, the deepening crisis in ADC as another faction, making it the third one, emerges. Well, the crisis in ADC has
deepened given the fact that just yesterday another faction, although it has been there silently, going to court with the Mark ESCO, that same faction came into the fore as they addressed a press conference yesterday, claiming that they have about 23 state chairmen behind them, who they say are members of the National Executive Committee of the party, who they said should has taken over their party. While the crisis between the Mark faction and Aliu Rafiu Gombe is still lingering, this same group led by Damien Kachuku, Dumebi Kachuku, has now came up. This means that ADC is battling with a whole lot of crisis which may affect it from fielding candidates during the coming election in 2027. And some people have come and tongue-lashed the INEC for removing the ESCO led by Mark and Arebshola from the INEC portal. And based on the interpretation of the Court of Appeal judgment, which says status quo ante bellum. People have accused Amipitan, the INEC chairman, of somehow trying to mastermind the fall of opposition, and as well trying to cast aspersion on the integrity of the unbiased umpire INEC, who is supposed to organize a free, fair and credible election come 2027. And here in the studio with me to dissect this crisis, deepening crisis in APC, is comrade about the ADC as a coalition that is supposed to be a strong coalition against the incumbent APC.
Well, the crisis in ADC, African Democratic Congress, is a true depiction of the negative aspect of Nigerian politics, where there is no honor, there is no integrity, there is no principle. People collect money, people are induced left, right, and center. And you see adults misbehaving, insulting themselves, disgracing themselves and their family. Otherwise, if people are thinking about the nation, if people are thinking about how to build a strong democracy, some of these issues wouldn't arise. But they decided to lend themselves to inducement, all manner of inducements. Well, let me start from the last group that are also laying claim. Or 24, they claim they are 24 state chairmen of ADC. Talking about, they granted a press conference yesterday saying that they are now going to take over the party. They are going to write to INEC so that they can commence their convention and what have you, that they don't recognize Senator David Mark and Arebshola led the National Working Committee, and they don't also recognize Nafiu Balagombe, who is also claiming that he is the rightful person to take over, who had earlier gone to court. Now, the last group in the number of state chairmen of the party, I think they are rallying under Dumebi Kachuku. Tinubu was the presidential candidate of ADC in 2023. He had earlier gone to court to challenge the leadership of David Mark, but the matter was thrown away. He has no locus, or he has no. He's a member of the party. That your former presidential candidate does not give you any right. He's not a member of the working committee at any level. He's not a member of NEC. He could be a member of NEC by virtue of. I'm not even sure he's a member of NEC. He's not a member of the National Working Committee. He's not a member of any state working committee. So, what is his own? He's a member, ordinary member. So his own was thrown away. His case was initially thrown away. The matter that we know, so he's rallying around maybe some state chairman. Like I said, we see the way he speaks on national television. He will speak today, the next day you will see him with Minister of Federal Capital Territory, paying him a courtesy call, laughing and joking, I know. So you could now begin to wonder whether he's also being sponsored by somebody to create crisis in the party. And some of his utterances does not support a Democrat who is already talking about supporting another party instead of your party. Now, those state chairmen, I don't take them seriously, but will not blame them completely. Maybe the people that joined their party, David Mark and the rest of them, maybe they didn't take care of them very well. So if they are taking care of them very well, maybe they would have behaved well or better. Then talking about nephew Balagombe, who was the national vice chairman, who had earlier allegedly resigned, but is now claiming that he did not resign. His own matter went to court earlier on last year. So he's claiming that if Ralph Moose resigned as national chairman of ADC, that he should take over. But many people have pointed out, particularly the members of the leadership of the party, that he resigned. He was present the day the new members were received. He was present the day there was a change of guard. They showed video clips where he was seated. And that INEC was present during that NEC meeting where they dissolved the National Working Committee. INEC witnessed it, and that INEC received a memo from the party, also attached, where the party attached the resignation of nephew Balagombe and others that resigned. So for him to now, after 2-3 months, to turn around to say he didn't resign, that he should take over, and then he went to court. And I understand now that he moves like a governor, a long convoy at quarters. So that, maybe that fueled the suspicion in many quarters that he has fallen into the hands of the party's opponents, who are now, fueling the whole crisis. Now, although the party didn't do what they are supposed to do, or they made some mistakes, they know what they are up to. They should have known what they are up to. Most of them are also veteran politicians. The opponents will always look for a weak point to cash in on it. And so the moment Balagombe started, showing some signs of dissent, they should have called him and find a way to pacify him and maybe give him what he likes to eat. And also, when he went to court to seek ex parte, a high court, federal high court, for court to stop Mark and Arebe Shola from serving as national chairman, the court refused to grant that ex parte motion, ex parte demand, and instead decided to put David Mark on notice. And now asked them to come to court to show cause while Nephew Bala's motion should not be granted. So I understand that instead of going to court to show cause, for me, it's a straightforward, except that there's something else that we don't know. If you are going to court, you present resignation of you say you have resigned, you show minutes of the next meeting, you show resolution, who moved motion, and this is already a concluded matter. The NEC has already taken the decision, and the NEC has the right to take the decision. You cite relevant portions of your constitution, even if, assuming but not granted that he did not resign. The fact that NEC gave INEC notice to witness their NEC, and INEC came and witnessed it. NEC moved motion, and NEC has the authority to dissolve, to carry on, to take some actions of the convention, which they did. They dissolved the National Working Committee and welcomed new people. They granted a waiver, because some are saying that if you are new members, you cannot hold party position or contest the election under the party until after about 2 years or so. But they forgot the aspect of the constitution that say you can grant waiver. That was how most candidates, including Dumobi Kachuku, that was how he contested election under that party in 2019. It was
2023.
2023. He was granted waiver. He was not a member of the party for like 2 years prior. Even in Labour Party, most parties have that waiver clause because of people who may join the party. So even when peterobi contested under Labour Party in 2023,
he went through waiver.
He was also through waiver because he joined them 2 months to the primaries or thereabout, or less than that. So the NEC of ADC did all those things, and INEC recognized the leadership, uploaded the name of Mark and into on their website. So it's already a concluded action, and that was the submission of INEC to court, the High Court, that this is already a concluded matter. You cannot stop something that has already been completed, an action that has already been completed. So you can go on with your substantive matter. If court reviews it and say, okay, you have merit, then the court can rule. Interestingly, I understand that the same INEC this last month or so went back to the court to withdraw their earlier submission.
And the affidavit.
The affidavit. Challenging the suit by Bala. So that was why the party leaders said that they were not surprised when, but let me come follow the trend. So I understand. Where I'm blaming the leadership of the ADC is that when the High Court asked them to come and show cause why those what Bala was seeking for should not be granted, they should have come to present all these things.
But they did not.
But they did not. They went to appeal court and wasted 6 months. If they had followed that High Court, even if the ruling of the High Court eventually did not favor you, that is when you now have something substantial to go to appeal. But they didn't come to High Court, they went to appeal. And I understand they did not seek the leave, because when they got to the appeal asked them, did you seek the leave of the High Court before coming? They said no, they blah blah blah, they can come without seeking the leave and all. And the appeal court said no, first we should seek their leave, but go back to the High Court. Let the High Court complete the adjudication
on the merit,
on its merit, but let status quo ante bellum remain. That is where INEC cashed in. Status quo ante bellum. Say okay, their own interpretation is that status quo is they go back to the day the convention, the NEC held, that David Mark and Arabeshola emerged. That was their own interpretation. But there are other lawyers, including Femi Falana, SAN, who said that is wrong. Status quo ante bellum means they stayed before the crisis, the work started, before you came to court. And before you came to court, David Mark had already been recognized as national chairman. Adebeshola had already been recognized as national secretary. So the status quo means that they should remain there pending the determination of the matter at the High Court. But the decision of INEC, according to critics, is showing bias, and he decapitated ADC. Practically, that's what it means. They want to kill the party. Because by the time the matter is exhausted at the High Court, the time for the electoral timetable for conducting convention
would have elapsed.
So and they're also saying that when the court said nobody should take any action that will affect the Rex, that order was also, I'm talking of the appeal court order, is also binding on INEC, where INEC is also a party. So why should we not take action that will change the entire texture and even the Rex of the matter? So that is what has thrown ADC into this crisis, and I understand that their leadership, and also they're organizing a protest today in Abuja and all that and all that. So I'm not a lawyer, but even from a layman's interpretation, many people would seem to also believe what the leaders of the party are saying, that INEC is showing bias. With what I have told you, for them to go back to court to seek to withdraw their earlier affidavit.
Okay, INEC went back to court. We will still touch a few other things you mentioned earlier, but let me ask, INEC went to court to withdraw their affidavit. What could be behind such withdrawal? Does this portray, or does this be portray INEC in bad light in such a way that there'll be loss of confidence in their ability to give Nigerians a free, fair, and credible election? Does that cast aspersion on the image of this umpire that is supposedly believed to be independent?
Yes, it's a further erosion of confidence. It casts doubts on the neutrality of the electoral body and the ability to play the role of an umpire ahead of a crucial election. It's obvious now. He have already recognized the leadership of, and they're already gathering momentum, following your timetable, doing whatever they could. Why do you have to de-recognize the leadership? Citing, say, we don't want what happened to Zamfara. Is it allow them now? Now that you have killed them completely, is it better? Is it the best? You understand my point? Why not allow the court
to decide
than for you to kill them outrightly?
Okay, let me cite
the process to run on.
Let me cite a judgment, a ruling at the National Industrial Court between NUJ and one member of NUJ. Between NUJ and one member, NUJ members, a faction that, in fact, it is between a faction, Rex Arum, NUJ, enugu. The court, Justice Mohammed, ruled, I quote, after asking the lawyer who appeared to get a motion ex parte, he had intended getting that ex parte the previous day, but it didn't work. Then he came back the next day to get the ex parte. Then Mohammed asked him, has the election been held? He said, yes, my lord, purportedly. Then the man wrote and ruled. And while he was delivering, he laughed. Counsel, what you are asking me to do, there is only one man that has done it on the planet Earth. I am not Jesus Christ. Lazarus was dead and buried. Therefore, your case is hereby struck out. That was the ruling. You see, what has been completed, you earlier mentioned, in law, it cannot be resurrected. Not even the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has a ruling on that too. It cannot be resurrected because it is dead and buried. Any court that could resurrect what has been buried is assumably playing the role of God. That is the implication. And remember, the person who did this judgment is a Muslim, but he used the Christian religion or the Christian book to do that judgment, and it is a locus classical. Now, you see, the APC is seen as the underhand behind all this, even with about 31 states and going, 31 states and going, yet there are allegations that the incumbent ruling party, because they are the persons that appointed the chairman of the electoral body, that the chairman of the electoral body is succumbing to their whims and caprices, and that the APC is going ahead to undermine a stiff opposition from any political party that could give same. How true is that allegation?
Those are allegations still unproven, still also in the realm of speculations. Yes, there are some things that may lend credence to such, but at the same time, since there is no concrete evidence, it remains an allegation, unproven allegation, remains a speculation, including the latest allegation by the People's Democratic Party, one of the factions, that the FCT minister gave out lands to some commissioners in INEC and senior members of the INEC. Neither INEC nor the minister had come up to deny that, as far as I can recollect.
But there are still calls. But there are calls to the anti-graft agencies to investigate.
Yes, there are calls. So, and but like I said, the leadership of ADC, I don't know why they are also not being proactive, knowing that there could be this challenge. There could be this challenge. And they should have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D in a political terrain or environment like we have. So it may not be enough to just be pointing accused finger at the ruling party, the APC, All Progressive Congress. But what have you done to forestall or to add whatever external hands, if any, there could be in that problem? Well, they're saying that when there is a crack, it is through that crack that lizards enter the house. Well, what did you do to patch that crack? You understand my point?
Yes.
So it's not enough to blaming them. We could be blaming them from now to thy kingdom come. But what is happening. I also want to use the opportunity, like many others have called on the judiciary, to also sit up. We look at the example you have given now over the NUJ case. Even in most Supreme Court rulings in the past, internal party matters are non-justiciable. Anytime you go to Supreme Court, it will always tell you, no, it is the parties have the right to determine who should be their candidate, who should be their officers, and what have you. A good example was, if you recall, in 2023, former Senate President Ahmed, the man from Gombe.
Okay.
The current Senate President, Akpabio, both of them were among presidential aspirants under the APC. They contested the primaries, presidential primaries, with the current president,
yes,
Ahmed Tinubu. I was there, and Akpabio stepped down on the convention ground. But Ahmed Lawan ran the race. He scored about 50-something votes, as against 300 and something by the president, current president, who now won the primaries, the candidacy of the party then. By then, the primaries for senatorial positions had already been concluded. But immediately, next day, after that presidential primaries, Akpabio and Ahmed Lawan, went back to their states and picked the senatorial ticket of their party, even though people had already emerged for those positions. I remember those people that had already won their senatorial ticket went to court to say that this action has already been concluded. We are candidates of the party. Why should the party give our ticket to them and cancel our own? The matter got to the Supreme Court. And what did the Supreme Court rule? That it is the internal affair of the party.
And that was how they came.
That was how they became whatever. Ahmed Lawan went back to Senate. He's still senator. Akpabio ended up being the Senate president. So I don't know why the different interpretations the court will give. If a national party held its national executive committee meeting and decided to dissolve the national working committee to elect new people that they have already granted waiver,
whether consensus or election,
and that action had already been completed, and INEC was there, and INEC uploaded the names of the new people on their website, and we have been relating with them correspondences. Then all of a sudden, you recognize.
So what could have been?
So the court, the judiciary, like many people have warned, including Falana again, the judiciary should not help in destroying our democracy. Our judges should sit up.
That is exactly where I am going. What could be the cause of this arm of government, judiciary, being tied to the apron strings of the executives in such a way that court decisions are now at the highest bidder somehow, or given based on who belongs and who are cronies?
One can only reach one conclusion. It's either act of cowardice, greed, yes. I won't add intimidation, because if you are courageous, you will not succumb to intimidation. I mean, this country has produced great jurists in the past. Kayodesh or
Oputa Justice,
Mohammed Uwais, and so many courageous. In their time, in their days, who are you, the executive, to come and interfere? You know? But like I said, either greed or cowardice.
No, but how do you think about a situation where the ruling party or the president has the sole rights of the appointment of the INEC chairman? Will it not actually
these are some of the
affect
contradictions in our laws, and also other contradictions in our constitution? That's why people are pushing for constitutional conference or restructuring, because no sitting government will amend it. People don't change, even if it is a system that is bad. Those who are benefiting from it will never change it.
Okay,
it is wrong. Okay, you want to go on break?
Yes, those who are benefiting from the system will not want to change it, because it is a very serious crack which they will continue to benefit from. And that's the submission of Comrade Ken Ofoma, who is our guest on today's program, Arena on Aneke TV. We will pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back after our break. Our guest, Comrade Ofoma, is still here. Our topic for today's Arena is deepening problems in ADC as another faction emerges. And this faction that emerged is a faction that is led by Dumebi Kachukwu from Abia State.
Dumebi Kachukwu is from Delta.
From Delta State, sorry. But the chairman of Abia State has already issued that they are not part of the MAC Coalition National Working Committee. So the Abia State has strongly, continued to be for INEC position on ADC. Now, some people have said that if INEC, especially when the chairman of INEC is a professor of law, a law teacher, a son, so is somebody who is deeply knowledgeable in in legal practice, that he should have sought for the interpretation if INEC as a body with the legal department was unable to come out with what is true in terms of the ruling of the Court of Appeal, that he should have sought for the interpretation from the Appeal Court instead of delisting the working committee led by Mark and Arabashala. That is what some people said. Now, but Amupitan still insists that by share letters written by councils that he was able to do that. And I want to ask, is it upon the powers of INEC to begin to penalize parties if they have not done anything rightly, or the power of the court to make pronouncements on what has been done?
The court has the judicial power to determine any cause brought before them. INEC is an administrative body. They don't have any judicial power. Like many people interpreted the action of INEC. They have a very good legal department, I understand. Because even the former director in INEC, who once headed that legal department, what is the name? The man from Edo State, former Attorney General of Edo State. He also faulted INEC decision. A former director in INEC, so it's not lack of understanding. You say you can wake somebody who's truly asleep, but you cannot wake somebody who's pretending to be sleeping. I don't think it is it's error. It's a deliberate one, if you ask me, because there is no way anybody who wants to be neutral will interpret that Supreme Court Court of Appeal decision. Court of Appeal did not tell you to take any action. He said, don't take any action. So you're already bound. Don't take any action that will affect the Rex. or the res, not your own rex.
Not rex, it's R-E-S, res.
Res. The subject matter, which is the leadership. But by this, the recognizing mark leadership, you have taken action now. You are no longer obeying that.
Could that be counted as a content of court?
It is. The challenge ADC have, because ordinarily, yes, they should rush to the court to get an injunction to force INEC to recognize them. That they are acting in contempt of the decision of Court of Appeal. But the thing is that, who are you going to meet the judges? Who are the court registrars? Who will assign the case? Are they free to act on self-volition, or will they also be influenced that the matter could drag for 6 months? You know my point. If you are in a climb where you go to court today and get your judgment tomorrow or next, even in Africa, there was one country that had their presidential election.
Kenya.
Within 24 hours, the Supreme Court ruled that our one will take ages. I don't know why our judicial system is 100 years backward, antiquated. So, but even a layman will fault INEC decision. Don't take any action that will affect this matter. Let the High Court decide. Now, you have already recognized them now. It's already a past.
So you are not going to. So you don't go back
and
taking action,
progressive action.
You know,
progressive action.
Whichever action.
Because don't take action that will affect. You are bound. And they say, let the status quo antebellum remain. And then everybody knows that what court wants to do is to preserve the rest of the case.
Yeah.
So that after determination,
whoever that
if says no, the process is through which David Mark emerged is wrong. Fine and good. Nobody will blame INEC. That will be the decision of the court. That means every action they have taken in the past will be null and void. That is for court to determine. They have the judicial authority. But you are administrative authority. You don't have the judicial authority to determine. Or if the court says, no, nephew Baragombe, you are wrong, this is an action that has already taken place by the neck of your party, dissolving your National Working Committee, which you are part of, even if you didn't resign, but that action is also binding on you. Majority of the National Working Committee moved the motion during their neck meeting and dissolved and elected new people. If court says yes, Mark should continue, then nothing would have stopped them from taking part in the coming general election. But action of INEC is, I don't want to say mischievous. They just kill the party. They are using machine gun to kill a living object.
But can you now say that it is a kind of stifling opposition in Nigerian politics? Because the ADC is the opposition that seems to be the alternative, an alternative option to the present APC leadership. Much as many Nigerians from different angles are not happy, some are happy with the incumbent and some are not happy. Of course, some say security is a serious problem, and without security of lives and property, the chances of developing further, the chances of turning the economy is difficult. The security challenges is so enormous that it seems government has been overwhelmed by the actions of insurgency, terrorism, banditry, as the case may be. So, some say they are not pleased with that, and that when there is a credible opposition, they could at least vent whatever feelings they have through their votes. But that now the opposition political parties are not given the chance where people should exercise their franchise, even if they're fair.
Yes, the people are free to insinuate, like I said. If you look at major opposition parties, PDP having an internal crisis, where a minister, a PDP member appointed as a minister in the ruling party, has come out on the national television to say that they are going to support the president. Their party may not feel a strong presidential candidate, assuming they have upper hand in their internal court matters, cases. So PDP is already, in crisis, protracted crisis. Labour-party that gave the ruling party, a run for their money in the 2023 general election. Immediately after the general election, crisis started. It was only recently that after their presidential candidate left, that court, the INEC, the same INEC, implemented a decision of the Supreme Court that had already recognized the Nadi Usman. But they refused to, until when peterobi left, they now recognize the Nadi Usman as the national chairman of the party. Then NNPP, New Nigeria People's Party, crisis, where you have another strong presidential candidate in the 2023 election, former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. That one is also crisis ready. Then ADC. So people are now saying there could be some invisible hand causing all this crisis. But like I keep saying, if I'm a leader of a national party, there are things you should simulate, you should anticipate, knowing people you are dealing with. If you know your opponents, sometimes you predict them. You think about what they can do and what will you do in that circumstance. You have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. You don't just fold your arm. What are you doing for 4 years? You don't know that you get the land before you start looking for mats to lay on the land. You understand?
Yes.
So, what have all those opposition leaders, what have they been doing in the last 3 years? You want to be president, but you have not been able to consolidate a party, secure a ground upon which you keep on throwing allegation. So the blame is enough to go around. But like I'm saying, whether there is a unseen hand or no unseen hand, it is an existential danger to our democracy if we don't have a strong opposition. That is my thinking. That even the ruling party.
Why is it a danger? Are you saying what is the special role of the opposition in a democracy?
The opposition party gives the citizens or the electorate alternative. You mentioned that security is getting bad. You mentioned other things. It's an opportunity for people. If you are a majority, you feel that we need to change the administration. But the difficulty of having one opposition is that the citizens will not have the choice to lead to apathy. And when they suffer too much, they're saying that those who make peaceful change difficult make violent change inevitable. When you push people to
say this once again.
Those who make peaceful change difficult, invariably they are making violent change inevitable. You understand my point?
Yes.
When you push people to the wall, and they cannot, they have reached the elastic limit, they will ricochet, they will bounce back. And that will lead to unpleasant circumstances.
So, are you
we need to have strong opposition, which will also make the government stand on its toes to deliver dividends of democracy. If you don't check them, they will relapse. If you are complaining you are your own, there is no water, there is no electricity, there is no security, we become a jungle. The democracy will not last.
So, are you foreseeing a situation if the opposition political parties are stifled in Nigeria? Are you foreseeing a situation where we run or we go into a one-party system? Or are you seeing that the inevitable will happen?
We will not go into one party, but we will go into one strong party with
little or no opposition.
Little or no opposition. Lesser parties that are working for the same party, the same. You know, the Abacha era, what late Bola Ige described as 5 fingers of one leprous hand. We may go into that scenario. So that opposition should also wake up. They should not wait to be spoon-fed. They should struggle. You know, there was an article I read the other day by Professor Peterobi. He's a communication professor based in US, a lecturer. He simulated a situation, a scenario, and he said how Tinubu could have been an opposition to Tinubu. Assuming that it was Tinubu that is in opposition now, what he could have been doing, which the current opposition leaders are not doing. And he even went back memory lane, how Tinubu fought previous governments in power, Jonathan, Obasanjo, Yaradua, what have you. But the opposition we have today, they couldn't even borrow that playbook. They couldn't. The playbook is there. How did Tinubu fight opposition when he was in the opposition leader?
And nobody could think about how to actually do same when he's now not in the opposition.
Yes. So the opposition party should wake up and see what they can do. Otherwise, they are facing annihilation. It cares nothing.
So now, from your perspective, what is the way out of this quagmire? What could the opposition parties, not just ADC, and with special reference to the debacle in ADC, what do you think could be done? What are the ways out of that quagmire?
If I'm in opposition, like the writer, I give an example, Barogi said, by now, they should have been writing letters to all the embassies in Nigeria about threat to democracy. If they believe there is a threat, they back it up with facts. You understand my point? Okay, today I understand they are doing protests led by their leaders, opposition leaders, peterobi, Atiku, Amechi, Kwankwaso in Abuja today. Protesting against INEC. Let INEC reverse that decision. And INEC should do so for the interest of democracy. They are not breaching any law if they do so. They are rather breaching the law by not doing so. What they interpreted is a misinterpretation of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal ruling. They should allow that party to function pending the determination of the case by the High Court. I saw what they were writing about 5-6 page justification. You know, when you want to tell lies, swim around, rigmarole. 5 pages they wrote. A page, if you are saying the truth, 1 page or even half a page should have been enough to justify your action. But because the action is difficult to be justified, that's why they are writing 5 pages to back up why they did what they did. But it doesn't hold water as far as I'm concerned, and as far as many Nigerians are concerned. The INEC should reverse itself, allow David Mark to be chairman, continue the process of the party, do their convention, and the appeal court also directed for accelerated hearing at the High Court. Let the High Court decide.
Okay.
Not INEC deciding.
Okay, INEC should reverse their decision on ADC. That is going to be a better way forward. Yes. So submitted Comrade Ken of FORMA in our program Arena and the deepening problem in ADC, which resulted in about 30 factions. This is exactly what we can take on this edition of our program. We thank you, Comrade Ofoma, for being with us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
And viewer, join us same time on Friday on Arena, where we are going to dissect our programs, our topics in such a way that you'll be pleased. Thank you for being with us.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima. I am your companion on the journey of being a woman. But today we're talking about protecting your peace, protecting your space, protecting your self-space, protecting your energy. So yeah, we're talking about protecting your peace, but it can also mean protecting your safe space, your energy. And I recall back in the day when I would see people talk about protecting your energy, and then I'm just like, nope, I'm not listening, because I felt like protecting your energy had to be some metaphysical thing. But protecting your energy really is not even metaphysical. It's just the same thing as protecting your peace, protecting your safe space. Because when you protect your peace, you have your energy to do other things. So sometimes that's what it means. But let's talk about protecting your peace. Now, protecting your peace has to do with protecting yourself, protecting your emotional and mental well-being. It has to do with creating boundaries, setting limitations, setting standards that will make people not to cross a particular threshold, or people or situations or things not to get you to a particular point. So that's what it means. Basically, protecting your emotional and mental well-being, or creating systems that stops situations and people from getting you to a particular point of distress. So that's basically what it means to protect your peace, or protect your safe space, or protect your energy. There are a couple of reasons why you need to protect your peace and your energy. One, for your productivity. If you don't protect yourself, don't protect your peace, it often affects your productivity. You find your productivity declined, you're just not in the mood, you're just tired, those kind of things. Secondly, it has physical effects, which can result in tiredness. You are tired, you are anxious, anxiety. These are the physical effects that not protecting your peace can cause you. It can lead to burnout. You're just not there. You don't even know what's happening. You're just not there. It can cause something like that. You're burnt out, no ideas, no new creativity, nothing. You're just not feeling yourself, basically. Then it can cause identity crisis and unnecessary pressure. When I say identity crisis, you can be so much in distress, or your emotional well-being and your peace can be effed up so bad that you begin to live your life according to what other people want you to, or sometimes it can lead to you living your life according to other people's standards, not really your standards. Then it can also lead to poor decision making. When you are in that emotional state, you are not doing things because you want to. You are doing things because it's pleasing to others. You're just doing things to, you're not even in the right frame of mind to be making a decision in the first place. Let's just use, for instance, someone is injured, rushed to the hospital. Oftentimes, they will not tell that person that is in the hospital in distress to sign so and so form for a particular surgery or a particular method of treatment that is going to be taken. They will ask somebody close to that person to sign it, because they know that person is not in the emotional frame of mind to be signing such documents. So yes, when you are emotionally distressed, when you are not protecting your peace, it could lead to poor decision making. Another thing is that it can lead to strained relationships. Now, when I say strained relationships, is in two parts. It can lead to you maybe snapping at wrong people. You are getting angry at someone for something somebody else has done to you. It can also lead to, you just one day you have been carrying this thing on your mind for this person, like this person has been offloading on you, and one day you just snap. It can also lead to you gaining weight, and when I say gaining weight, some people, this falls under the physical effects, because some people are emotional eaters. So when they are just in that headspace, the next thing they think of is food. They want to have something in their mouth, they want to eat, they want to munch on this, they want to munch on that. And you know what happens? Yeah, that's that. These are some of the consequences that you get when you allow yourself, or you do not protect your emotional peace, you do not protect your peace, your energy. And it can also lead to, worrying. You worry a lot about things that you can't control, things that you can't do anything to stop. You just find yourself worrying, you worry a lot. These are the things that can cause you. Now let's talk about how to protect your peace. Now, the ways you can protect your peace, sometimes it means cutting people off. Yes, I know none of us want to cut people off, but sometimes it means cutting people off. And if you can't cut them off, limiting their access to you, or limiting your access to them, whichever way you want to put it. It could be, let's say, someone in your life that constantly criticizes you. Everything you do, the person is criticizing you. Once you tell that person something, they are criticizing the way you did it, how you did it, why you did it, all those things. Sometimes you just need to stop telling that person things so that you reduce the criticism and feel better about yourself. Now, I had this friend some time ago that out of all her siblings, she felt like she was the ugly one out of all of them, like she was the imperfect one. And this girl is a speckle. Like, if you bring all the family sets out together, they are all beautiful people, don't get me wrong. in the family. But she said, like, she's looking good, she's a gorgeous girl, but she had that mindset that every other person is better than her. And that thing from like banters and, you know, the kind of conversations they will have, you know, that kind of thing. And she never stood up for herself. Her siblings would just tell her, oh, look at how you're looking like this so person that is so ugly. Ah, look at your nose, oh, look at your mouth, oh, look at your chin, just looking at this person. You know, making that reference. And it often led to this girl thinking that maybe I'm not that pretty, maybe I'm not that beautiful. But she never spoke up for herself. And this is what not protecting your peace can do. You just tend to carry on identity that are not yours, that are other people's own, because you are accepting or you're tolerating of what they are doing. Another thing, way of you protecting your peace can sometimes look like you limiting your social interactions. When I say social interactions, I mean social media. Now, if you go online, you will see a lot of posts telling you, hate men, you're married this, you're married that, you're married this, you're married that, a young girl this, a young girl that, you do this, do that, do this, do that, motherhood this, motherhood that. And sometimes when you carry all those things, when you hear all those things, it becomes overwhelming to you. And sometimes you begin to act it out in your personal life. Those things are not really necessarily true. So those people are not really satisfied to give those advices or share those. They don't even know what they are talking about. They just want to trend on social media. They just want to get views. They just want to get likes. They just want to get comments. They want to stir up. There was something we call rage baiting. When you say something that you know that people are going to disagree with, just to get traction or reaction on your page. So these people are just looking for that traction. They just want to meet, they just want to get paid. They are looking for money. But then you internalize what they are saying and you start practicing it in your home. Maybe they tell you that motherhood is a burden, motherhood is this, motherhood is that. And you see yourself, it shows up in your reality. Motherhood becomes hard for you, becomes difficult, becomes a burden. Your partner becomes a burden. It becomes someone that is no longer supportive, but trying to weigh you down, not necessarily because they are, but because this is something you've heard over time on social media, and then you are interpreting it in your personal life. So sometimes it looks like you cutting off content like these creators, like these people that share this sort of opinion that would get you to that point. It also leads to, you know, limiting your social interaction in terms of the particular people you influence. This one comes on WhatsApp or sometimes Instagram. People that you know, they start posting. Don't get me wrong, they are posting that they are getting married, they are posting that they have kids, they just got a new car, they just started a business, they just packed 1 million orders, they just did this, they just purchased a land, they just bought gold, you know, all these things, they went on vacation. It's a lot. And sometimes if you don't have things going on for you at that point, it can be triggering, and it just puts you in that state of distress. So what I do for me is, when I notice that, okay, this kind of person's post is triggering something in me, I'm happy for them, but then it's touchy, I just tend to mute you for a particular period in time, just for me to, you know, get myself back. So you could mute a particular person or people on your WhatsApp status, on your Instagram, just so that you don't see all their posts for the meantime, and it doesn't affect your mental well-being or mental health. It can also be like you saying no to things. There are things that people will ask you to do. Oh no, I can't. You know, no is a complete sentence. I know that when we grow up, when you say no, they tell you why, or you grow up and people trying to antagonize you for refusing to do things. But one of the things that you need to learn as an adult is that no is a complete sentence, and sometimes just no, I can't. You know, saying no, it often helps.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sometimes it has to do with you choosing yourself or prioritizing your rest. There are times when you're just so exhausted, you know, and you know that everybody is looking at you. Girl, keep doing this, keep doing that, but you're exhausted. You just need rest. You know that you need to get rest. just go and get and take that rest. Go and rest for 30 minutes, for 1 hour, and gain yourself back. Not try to fulfill what any other person is looking on to you to do. So protecting your peace is really, it's a lot, but it's also a small thing. It's you knowing yourself, knowing what triggers you, what can get you to this edge, what can push you over, and then avoiding those things, creating a system that would help you avoid those things. If it's somebody that tends to trigger you with the things they say, limit your interaction with that person. If that person is family, try as much as you can to still limit your conversation with that person. If it is a situation, maybe someone invites you to a particular thing, and you know that the way they treat you when they invite you to things, you don't like them. Next time they invite you for something, you say no. You know, sometimes it looks with people sharing when you want to do something. Yes, this one is important. When you want to do something and you share with people around you, you're hoping for support, but then they try to tell you that, okay, oh, no, I don't think this is going to work. Not necessarily because it's going to work, but they're just negative about what you want to do. And you find out that each time you talk to them and they tell you this, you tend to not do that. Stop telling them. Stop telling them. And then there are other people that all they do is they call you and they tell you all their problems. They never just call you for you guys to have a light conversation. It's always about pouring their problems on you. When you notice, and if you're someone that tends to internalize problems, someone like me now, when you keep dumping problems at me, I tend to soak it up. I'm like a sponge. I soak it up, I carry it on my head, it start bothering me, I start thinking of what's going on in this person's life. Like, it just bothers me a lot, so I tend to carry things a lot. And because I know that I tend to carry things a lot, sometimes when I notice that you always bother me, sometimes I'll just excuse myself, because I know that I'm like a foam. Let me just say a foam. I'm soaking in all of this, and I don't want to do that, because at times, most times, it's definitely going to work out for you. But I've already killed myself worrying about you, or worrying for you, or trying to go the extra mile for you, trying to even bankrupt myself to see that you are okay. So knowing that this is my trigger, I tend to back off a bit, or I tend to, when I'm worried, I'm just like, shh, calm down, chill. You know, you create systems by removing these sorts of people from your life. People that are always coming to you when they're happy, they don't come home. When things are going well for them, they don't come to you. But when the slightest sight of trouble comes, that's when they remember that you exist, and they just want to pour their problems on you. Sometimes, you know, this can look like you worrying about things that you can't change. When I find situations that I can't change, I can't do anything, but I'm going to worry, because as a human being, you can't help yourself but worry about things. When I find myself in this predicament, I often try to pray about it. I try to use the word of God. You know, there is something like I think Jeremiah 37 or 30:37, either Jeremiah 30:37 or Jeremiah 37, that says that I'm with the Lord. Is there anything too hard for me to do? You know, so when I find myself in this and I'm worrying, I just tell myself, is there anything too hard for God to do? No, there's nothing. And it just calms me down, and I keep proceeding with my life. Protecting your peace is underrated. If you protect your peace, you are productive, you are in your space, you are happy, you blossom, you feel contented with what you have. You're focusing on the future, on how to make things better, on, you know, creative energy, creative thinking, creative mindset, positivity. That's what happens when you protect your peace. So this year, I know that we talked a lot about achieving goals, achieving the goals that we set for ourselves in this year 2026. But to achieve those goals, to create those boundaries that we talked about in creating boundaries, you can check our previous episodes. To actively participate even in the upcoming elections, sometimes it means you protecting your peace and protecting your energy from influencers that will try to influence you to vote for this candidate or do this or do that. Sometimes you just need to protect your peace and limit your interactions with them. Then you make up your mind on what you want to do, and you focus and you do it. So I implore you that on this episode, take the time out, know what you can do to protect your peace. Is it people that you need to cut off? Is it people that you need to distance yourself from? Is it situations that you need to remove yourself from? Sometimes it's even organizations or groups that you find yourself in, and they're just pressuring you, and causing you to be in emotional distress. Find out what that trigger, that edge, that stopping point is for you, and protect your peace. Channel your energy to positive things, to contentment, to productivity. All right? Yeah, I think I've said it all. So let's go to our bowl of words. We'll pick a word, and whatever that word is, we'll just talk lightly on it and we'll proceed. So I want my eyes to be closed. So this is something we've gotten previously before. It says you are given this life because you are strong enough to live it. You are living this life because you're strong enough to live it. There is nobody in this world that you can't live without. So there are times I tell myself that, oh my God, how are people surviving without their partners? How do people survive without their parents? You know, how do people survive with their siblings? But the truth is, God created us independent. That is the truth. Yeah, we say that a person is not an island. That is true. But there is nobody in this life that you can't do without, or you can't live without. You can live without anybody. You can live without anybody. If parents or moms can leave their children and they are doing bubbling fine in their newfound life, and their children are also thriving, you can live without anybody. So when you notice that someone is a constant source of distress to your life, cut that person off. A situation, sometimes even a job, when a particular job does nothing but compounds your problem, you just need to leave that job. So you are strong enough. You are given this life because you're strong enough to live it. Yes, you are strong enough to take the decision to protect your peace, your energy, your mental and your emotional well-being. And I truly hope that you are strong enough to do this, and you take the bull by the horn and do this. Because on the other side is beauty, on the other side is love, on the other side is peace. Peace is underrated. On the other side is peace. You sleep, you have positive dreams. Even if you want to have dreams, you're not seeing that particular situation. But someone like me, when something happens, I can dream about that particular situation in 1001 ways, and I don't have rest. So on the other side is peace, joy, productivity, creativity, and zeal. So just take advantage of that. Alright, my name is Chidima Asoba, and this is Dear Woman. Remember that Dear Woman shows on Aneke TV every Wednesday and Saturday. Make sure to watch, make sure to like, and make sure to drop a comment or share this video to someone that you believe this topic of protecting their peace is going to be relevant to. I love you. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the moral cartography of Africa's modern history, Archbishop Desmond Tutu stands as a luminous symbol of ethical resistance, spiritual humanism, and moral courage. Born in 1931 in South Africa at the height of racial segregation, Tutu emerged from a society fractured by apartheid to become one of the most influential voices for justice, reconciliation, and human dignity. As an Anglican cleric, Tutu transformed the pulpit into a moral tribunal against injustice. He insisted that faith must not remain neutral in the face of oppression. For him, silence in the presence of injustice was not merely passive, it was ethically complicit. His activism against apartheid was therefore grounded not only in political resistance but in a deeper philosophical conviction that justice is a moral imperative intrinsic to human civilization.
This principled struggle, pursued through nonviolent resistance and moral persuasion, earned him the Nobel Peace Prize in 1984, recognizing his unwavering commitment to peaceful transformation and human rights. Yet perhaps his most profound historical role emerged after the fall of apartheid, at the moment when South Africa risked descending into cycles of vengeance and historical retaliation. Tutu chaired the Truth and Reconciliation Commission established under the leadership of Nelson Mandela. Through this commission, he helped pioneer a bold philosophical experiment in restorative justice, a process that privileged truth-telling, moral accountability and forgiveness as instruments of national healing. Instead of institutionalizing revenge, Tutu championed reconciliation as a higher ethical pathway for a building society. Central to his worldview was the African philosophical principle of Ubuntu, a humanistic ontology that affirms the interconnectedness of existence. Ubuntu proposes that the individual does not exist in isolation, but within a web of shared humanity. I am because we are. For Tutu, this idea was not merely cultural rhetoric, it was a philosophical foundation for governance, ethics, and social relations. His leadership embodied several enduring philosophical virtues: moral courage, ethical integrity, compassionate humanism, and a commitment to normative justice, the belief that societies must be structured around fairness, dignity, and moral responsibility. Throughout his life, Tutu consistently reminded leaders that power devoid of ethical restraints becomes tyranny, while leadership anchored in conscience becomes a force for liberation. For the present generation of leaders across Africa and the world, his life offers enduring lessons. Leadership must transcend the mere pursuit of authority and instead embody ethical stewardship. Political power must serve the common good rather than private interest, and reconciliation rather than division must guide national development. Ultimately, the legacy of Desmond Tutu reveals a profound philosophical truth that the highest form of leadership is not domination but moral guidance, not control but compassion, not power but principled service to humanity. In remembering Archbishop Desmond Tutu, we are reminded that history is often shaped not by the loudest voices of power, but by the quiet yet unwavering authority of conscience. Echoes of the past, where history speaks and wisdom continues to illuminate the path of leadership.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged. Because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live. Daily broadcasting. Relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.